got any fight. Need more time. One down. Who's next?
Hey, what's up, Allergy? Might sleep soon. What's up, Iron Galactus? Hey, if you go to bed, you have a good night, man. Put the green NPX on Oil Barrage will fit the theme. I don't think I have that MTX. It's not Flicker Strike, though. Simple enough. Hey, what's up, Scythe? Good call on telling me I was being a pussy with the evasion stacking. I hadn't done any EV stacking with Sorcery Ward this batch. And I think I have over 100,000 effective HP right now. The only thing that can kill me, it feels like, is like... And I don't know if you have, like, any solution or like, advice for that, but, like, random, like, ground dots that go through Sorcery Ward are what, like, scare the fuck out of me right now. Like, I feel like I'm always puckered because of ground degens going through Sorc Ward, and that's, like, the only thing I feel like that can kill me right now, is just if I let my guard down and I'm, zoned out when I'm standing on something that's going through Sorc Ward. It's really the only time I feel vulnerable right now. Here's my current tree. Yeah, I don't know. is better than Flicker Strike? I think so, because you have control over your go. I took to Crystallize Immunity to remove Ignite too, but Poison Ground Dots were just fucking me until I bought a Void Flux from Blaze today, because Poison Ground Dots were just fucking me. And now the ones that fuck me are the Abyss Ground Degen and the Corrupted Blood Ground Degen. Those two scare me. And I tried a bunch of stuff yesterday, and I couldn't really solve either of them. I solved the Poison just by getting Chaos Res, and I solved Ignite by doing Crystallize Immunity like you said. But, yeah, I'm not sure. I got this character from level 1 to 88, or 87, I guess. I hit 88 just now. But 1 to 87 yesterday. The moment I hit maps and started using this setup, this staff is so fast because of, like, you're literally a million miles per hour. I, like, leveled faster than I've ever leveled in maps because I'm just, like, literally one-shotting. They're just, like, clearing everything so fast. Well, I've done Evasion Sorcery Ward in previous patches, and it's always been okay, but it's never been amazing. I'm guessing the Deflection rework they did this patch is, like, really hitting hard, but I wouldn't say Evasion Sorcery Ward was bad last patch, but I feel like Armor Sorcery Ward was better last patch. But this patch, I don't think I've ever felt this good with Evasion. But maybe last patch I wasn't doing Evasion Sorcery Ward. Maybe I was doing Evasion on a different character. Maybe I was doing Evasion Sorcery Ward in 0.3. I can't remember. The patches blur together. Oh, right. They also increased the bases of armor and EV. That's true. I thought that was only on the hybrid ones, though. Was it on the pure EV bases, too? This fight. He never hits my clone, so I can't get my sharded easily. Luckily, he did it on the first strike. But yeah, EV Deflection with Sorcery Ward feels very good. I've always been a Culling Strike, kind of a, like, I wouldn't say, I don't know if main's the right word, but I've always done multiple Culling Strike builds every patch. And this, I could see this build specifically being something I league start in 1.0. There's a fucking random ass abyss way over here. What the hell? 95% chase deck with 45% damage reduction on effect. That's really nice. Let me see what mine is. Yeah, I'm 70% chance to evade with a 95% chance to deflect right now. With 47% damage mitigation on my character. Yeah, I mean, it feels super good. Obviously, if I'm being stupid and standing and shit, like, I'll notice the sorcery ward getting kind of low, but I've never had a situation where I've ran out of sorcery ward yet. I haven't been doing the juiciest maps, but I am in tier 15s. And, yeah, the only times I'm scared right now is... Now that I fixed Chaos Res, it's mainly just Abyss Mod and the Corrupted Blood guys that drop their blood pools. And they don't, like, instant kill me, but if I'm, like, fucking being, like, brain off and not noticing my life going down, it could kill me, for sure. I tried a martial artist thorns using the runic tattoos for tithing and the Dreadfist stone. It worked, but I am no build creator. Have you thought about it? Yep. Dreadfist martial artist is not new. But it's a cool build. Good job. Didn't Mathil do Dreadfist Thorns build, like, week 3 or 4 or something? Not sure. But we are theory crafting Dreadfist Thorns from the moment we saw it data mine, so... I do not like that playstyle, so I don't really have any intention on playing it. But yeah, it's been a thing. I can't remember if Mathil did Dreadfist or Prize Paying. He did one of them. Like that, this ground degen right there. I got the half health there. Those are the moments that I get scared. Guys, people in Miso's chat were saying Rabbit died off stream, but I don't know if that's true. I don't believe them. That's what some randoms were saying in Miso's chat, but I don't know how they would know. Corrupted Blood guy is so annoying.
All day's work.
Damn Corrupted Blood dudes. Already level 88, which is nice. See if we can get into the 90s today. Yeah, I'm not scaling spell damage at all. All you gotta do is breathe on mobs when you have a high Culling Strike threshold, and they'll die. was scared seeing this boss with Abyss. But it was fine. I don't have the rip3 set up on my YouTube chat. I'll have to do that off the stream. I forgot to set it up. You gotta do rip3 in my Twitch chat right now if you want to get the clip. Look, it's fun wild build. I am having a fun wild time with it. And it's surprisingly tanky, so it's actually working out in hardcore, meaning it's good enough to be a softboard build. So
exposed up here.
That's fun. Yeah, the staff's really cool. It's really satisfying to use. Because you have like full control over where you're going. Like, unlike like White Lightning Warp and like the Ball Lightning and the Flicker Strike techs, where like you really don't have like ultimate control over what you're doing. Like with Ball Lightning, you can Lightning Warp, you can kind of control what you're doing, but not really. With this setup, you have full control over where you're warping to. And it is quite fun. It's probably my favorite Culling Strikes playstyle I've played. I like it more than the Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, if I'm being honest. And the fact that like I pulled it off in the Timmy League is extra fun. Because this looks like a softcore build to me. Well, it is softcore, or it is standard, but a trade league build to me, and this is like... Well, I am trading. Wouldn't think a build like this would come up. It just shows that I can do fun experimental builds. Like, not meant that as an ego thing, meant like, you know, I used to tell myself that if I was playing hardcore, I couldn't do fun, weird shit. But this just confirms to me that I can, you know, take risk on concepts and maybe it'll work out in hardcore too.
Simple enough.
No! Rip King, 07 boys. A legend who died today. Oh no, I'll check out the clip later. Dig site map? Oh yeah, that's what Folk died to. Folk died yesterday. He sent me a screenshot this morning. Folk died yesterday to dig site map. There are like specific advice I listen to from hardcore Andes, and there was something I heard Blaze say the other day. There are two bosses that even him, with all of the experience and all of his gear, he always skips those maps. He never does dig site, and he never does sinkhole. So, since I heard that, I have never done dig site, and I have never done sinkhole. If they are so deadly that hardcore Andes are blacklisting those maps, then why would I even bother? The site scares you in campaign, never mind on maps. That boss is annoying. He has way too many one-shots. He has way too many one-shots that are really awkwardly telegraphed and hard to, like, anticipate, like, the animation swing time. Like, the one that's the lightning charge blast, he, like, goes... He's, like, super slow motion. He goes... And, like, you can't really read when it's gonna launch. Then he just goes... Like, he flings it at you at the last second. And it's like, if you don't know the timing of it, you're gonna die to that. And then he's got, like, effects that, like, will still happen after he's died. And if you just let your guard down, you're gonna get popped by him. Like, he's just, like, an example of a poorly executed boss. In terms of functionality with a game that has, like, hardcore as a main game mode. Like, he's got way too many rip effects. Rip to the homie Scorpius, that sucks. What level did he die at? Sky's here, and sometimes I get cocky against Pyromanic Boss. Pyromanic Boss is scary, but, like, once you've died to her once or twice, you just know, like, you don't do anything until she does that move. You just hug her until she casts the Flame Wall, and then you kill her. So once you understand that's how you work around her, she's less deadly. But someone did die yesterday to her spawning in a map and instantly flame tornading them. And I think Scythe said that happened to him too at one point. So yes, she's deadly if she ever spawns in maps. Which is partly why I don't do summoning circles. He died at 93, damn. 07, dog. Same level my Chrono died. I know how that feels. 93 is a rough level to go at. Because it's like, 93 is like when you start to feel like, alright, I'm getting into the actual end game now. And then...
I just know this one's gonna go bad.
This map sucks. The armor stacks creeps already get you. Like how nearly at 70, I took the poison from Herald of Blood and I put in Living Lightning from my gear, adding so much lightning damage and 100% bleed, being massive blood explosion change. Yep. Herald of Blood does that with poison prolif. It is pretty cool. Yeah, at no point have I had an abundance of armor scraps. So the armor stacks things are legitimate. Pop my things. You leagues back, you funded your characters by selling armor straps? That's funny. I've been watching your life and it doesn't move seems company. I mean, yeah. If let me show my PoE ninja real quick. I'm very tanky. I've got 100k effective hit point right now. Not the best DPS, but I'm very tanky. Rabbit has responded. I have repeat. Rabbit has responded to me on Discord, and he has confirmed that his character is no longer being played because he is offline right now doing other things. It is still alive, though. It is still alive, though. You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know why people were saying it was dead. He says he's just, he's chilling. Yeah, I don't know why people in Beso's chat were saying he died. So my 70-ish isn't bad on my dead IF effective HP. If you're above 50k effective HP, you're very good in my opinion. I don't know what hardcore Andes normally aim for, but in softcore, my effective HPs usually, like on a good character, end up between 20 and 30k. because I'm not really trying to min-max like defenses to the point where I'm never getting one-shot by mat bosses. My Chronomancer felt really good at about a 50k effective HP. Now, effective at hit pull and stuff, like, that's like, it's all fake shit. Like, it doesn't really mean anything. You can still randomly die to bullshit, but that, you know, it doesn't mean nothing. And, yeah, the bigger it is, clearly the better. So I don't know, like, if there's necessarily, like, a certain breakpoint you should aim for, but just based off my softcore experience, my, like... And then again, I never, like, try and giga min-max tankiness. I never try and make my characters ripping all the time. I've had plenty of characters that just don't die, but... Oh, those guys hurt. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know what a good effective HP would be. Chronomancer started to feel good above 40k, and then I was comfortably sitting between 50 and 60k for most of its journey. So yeah. I feel like I'm playing a fucking standard trade league build. How did this happen? Headhunter is stupid. I'm not using Headhunter though. But I agree, Headhunter is stupid. Oh, I am, and I think it's stupid. I mean, yeah, Headhunter's stupid. What up, Dirk? How you doing, bro? Kadyr's Gambit's probably gonna get nerfed, I think. I don't think so. It's fairly rare. And it's been this good for this long. It's not like Kadyr's Gambit is like suddenly a new item that's like popping off. Kadyr's Gambit has been this good for several patches. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know, that's just bow builds, man. You're playing a bow build. Bow builds are, you know, welcome to bow builds. They are cracked and stupid, especially when you're using Headhunter. But yeah, I don't think Kadyr's Gambit is on GGG's nerf radar. Because it's been this way for a long time. I'm not saying it's not very good. I'm just saying if they were going to nerf it, they would have by now, you know? I haven't actually looked at my hive blood in a while. Tornado Bird dropped the lock? What the hell?
You made it.
Congrats, dude.
Hayley? You want to see it?
So,
I
gift
tried. So
then you will fight for raid last.
We got 12k. I gotta figure out what kind of shit I need to craft for this build before I can do some high blood dumping. So I don't think I want to do this right now. I think my tree's set up for my last build. Tornado Chicken dropped you off at the beach. Rest, King. Rest. What level are you? I am 88. Fashion icon, this witch hunter. Look how many flows I keep finding. They're just everywhere, man. I love this map. Confluence is one of my faves. I'm always excited when I see Confluence.
You're not saving anyone.
That was a fun little clip. I was like all over the place with this breach. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna sit down. Standing desk! Go down! I'm rich. Yeah, I mean, Helicore locks will do that for you, bro. Congrats. I remember when I got my first Helicore lock out of Sanctum. That was my first big drop. That was so cool. Did you get it in the Timmy League or the main league, Mice? I'm guessing you're in the main league. Headhunter. So right now I'm just kind of like clearing out my atlas. I'm like going to different towers to get irradiated tablets. I'm cleansing areas. I'm not doing any citadels yet, but right now I'm just kind of like getting experience and getting to mines. While I just find stuff on the atlas I'll eventually want to farm. Let's clear towards this step, and then we'll do the mesa. I like Rust Ball.
Show me over. Your greed will be your undoing.
Your build used horror flight? Yeah, it does.
You know what I say about...
What the heck is even happening? This is such a smooth and awesome build. It is surprisingly amazing. Confluence!
Another notch in the armor. One down. Who's next?
Give me a second. Nice. I needed a perfect jewelers. I don't have a perfect jewelers in Oil Barrage yet. Definitely needed and wanted that perfect jewelers for Oil Barrage. Now we just need to get a Rocky out of flow for it.
One down. Who's next?
was getting really bad coverage there. Are you going Sorcery Ward with this build? Yep. That would be what this little thing up here is. In the top left, that is Sorcery Ward. We do indeed have it. Saw Ricochet in. I mean, yeah, I agree. I've been a Sorc Ward simp for a long time. It's been my most played Ascendancy since 0.1. I think bang for its buck, Varashta might be the better Ascendancy node, but Varashtas can go fuck themselves. It's Sorcery Ward. Sorcery Ward's goated. Stupid salad. We might need to upgrade our filter soon. Love me some Sorc Ward. Now I love it more now that I've been re-enlightened to the glory that is EV, Deflection Sorc Ward. Because honestly, my gear is not even that great, and I feel fucking absurdly tanky. That's with using like shitty Culling Strike uniques and stuff. Pee-wee needs to says, yeah, I'm over, yeah, I'm over 100k now. I am pretty beef. What up, Crazy? How you doing, bro? Are you still playing that shout build, or did you move on to something else yet? Kissing Bears build to try and find a tanky build that feels good. That's the goal, right? Just to find that ideal build that's tanky, fun, and fits for your playstyle. I could see this specific build, League starting, because I love the Dragon playstyle. It's one of my favorite plays to level. I think Rend is super fun. But I've always also just loved Culling Strike and Witch Hunter. And this staff is like the best Culling Strike skill I've used yet. In terms of like fun. I could see like, obviously I get baited by new shit, but this like is a League starter-esque build for me. Like I would start Culling Strike Dragon into this. Is how much I'm enjoying it. Because obviously you can't start with this staff, but you can start Dragon and Culling Strike Dragon. And then you would transition to this once you got this staff. And on like a trade league, you would have this staff day 2 at the latest. At the latest, you would have this staff. Which staff is that? It drops off Kulamot. Not many people have ever really used it. When people did use it, most of the time it was for scattering Calamity. I'm sure people have used every skill from it. I think I've used the Chaos, seen people use the Chaos one. But is that Temporalis? Nope. Are you TPing around? Sorry if dumb questions. The staff I'm using with Culling Strike.
sec. Need more time. Wakey, wakey!
What was... How did that happen? I'm so confused. Did that really... Did I just have a stroke, or did I just warp across the map? Watch, okay, look where I'm at on my mini-map. I'm down here. Look where I'm at right now. I am down here, and I'm going to end up over here in a second. What? What? Huh? Look at my face when this happens. It's just instant bewilderment. What the hell happened? How did this happen? Look how far I warped. I literally go for... Look, this is where I'm at on the map, and I go all the way up here. How does that happen? What? Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that, boys. That's a weird one.
Who's next?
I know it's a little late for me to clip that. I just clipped it, though. I want to, like, post that someplace. That's a weird one. I'll remember when I look at that clip when it doesn't have anything important that I was off by a few seconds and to go back and reclip it. Remember when you used to have to pick up breach splinters every 2 seconds in breach? That shit sucked. No, you have to do that with Delirium. That was crazy. I can't believe that happened. That was like giga displacement. Alright, I need to be back like 2. I'm back. What is the global for THC? It's 420. Of course. How's it going, though, everybody? How's your, how many of you are still playing in THC? What level's everybody at? I'm almost to level 90. I cannot believe how I literally made this character yesterday, and the reason it's leveling so fast is just the speed of the maps, obviously. Like, you're just blinking through them so fast. So that just made, and obviously, Oil Barrage is so good for single target, but Oil Barrage is like, usually dragons aren't the fastest, but with this staff, you know, I'm just like clearing maps so quickly. So I'm just leveling so damn quick, it's awesome. And it's crazy too, like at level 65, I did a test map, and I almost died. I did a test map, I just threw on the gear, I threw on a white map, but I didn't change my passive tree up, and it was working, but then I warped in the middle of 3 rares, and they almost one-shot me. So I almost died when I was doing soft testing for this build yesterday, like a dumbass. And then I was like, okay, we're just going to respec the entire tree, and we're going to see how the evasion feels. And I respec the entire tree, and when I looked at the effective HP and on PoE Ninja, I thought it was bugged. I went from like a 12,000 effective HP to like a 60,000 HP. And I was like, oh, what the fuck just happened? And then I messed with the tree a little bit more, and it went from 60,000 to like 80,000. And then I changed a few pieces of gear, and it went from 80,000 to 90,000, and then with passives leveling up, it went from 90,000 to over 100,000. So it was just like the moment I put on the evasion gear at level 65 and swapped my tree, it became like my tankiest character I've played in hardcore so far. And that was at level 65. Oh, I got turned around. Oh, where are those breaches? Fucking divinity.
Easy.
What have you changed? I mean, I'm playing evasion with sorcery ward. I mean, can you really blame the evasion doubters, though, Sype? After the first 3 patches of dealing with evasion, you know. Well, I think 0.1 evasion actually was really good, wasn't it? It got nerfed, though. Didn't evasion get nerfed in 0.1? Or am I tripping? I think I remember evasion being better in 0.1 and then they nerfed it for 0.2. I can't remember, though. For some reason, I'm remembering an evasion nerf. Pure evasion, then? Yeah, I'm pure evasion. Hopefully I keep pushing. I want this to go the distance. I need to get a better talisman. I don't know anything about talismans, really, and, like, crafting them, so I want to try and, like, craft a Giga Talisman at some point. I gotta figure out what a Giga Talisman would be for this build. I think I have that node. Yeah, I did take that node. Gain 8% of evasion rating as extra armor. Yeah, I was messing with the tree a lot. Like, I wasted, like, I want to say 1 million gold. Just, like, trying out different passive setups. I'm sure this isn't giga optimal, but this is where I've ended at. I ended up pathing through here through the projectile stuff for the oil barrage. I got the crit damage reduction. This is for weapon set 1 is all for the oil barrage, and weapon set 2 is all about the staff and mobility. This is for the area of effect for the staff. This is just defensive stuff. This is just for mobility. When I'm like clearing with the staff, this is defensive stuff, ignite immunity. This is for the oil barrage set. This is Culling Strike threshold for the Culling Strike staff stuff, deflection stuff. I ended up picking up. I like spring hair. I've always liked spring hair. I don't know. I for whatever reason, whenever I'm playing this side of the tree, I almost always take spring hair. Like always. But it also comes with evasion rating, or if you go the other route, it comes with movement speed, so I'm a big movement speed slut sometimes, so... But I always go with spring hair, and because it had evasion rating nodes before it, I went with spring hair. Obviously, acceleration is great for both sets. I took this whole wheel just for me to be tanky as possible. Took this whole wheel to be as tanky as possible. This is for... oil barrage. This could technically also be in both sets because... Catalysis, or fuck you say that word. It has a defensive element to it. This is just evasion rating. This is more defensive stuff. This is evasion rating per int, and I have a lot of int because I'm running Blasphemy Temp Chains right now. So this is just getting me more evasion rating. This is just for the aura skill having more radius for my Temp Chains. And then this is all evasion stuff, and then I needed the extra dexterity, so I took those 2 nodes. That's where I'm at. My gear's not the best. I have a, like, everything is, like, not ideal. The staff is okay. We don't need the spell skills with the 2 additional projectiles. There's a couple really good mods we can hit here, but what we mainly want is the spirit and the block chance. This is another reason why we're tanky, is we have a 40% block chance running around with the staff. These are rings I got from Scythe, so shout out to Scythe. These made it just really easy for me to itemize yesterday. Would not have probably have pushed near as fast or as hard without these 2 rings, so giga shout out to Scythe. I don't remember how much I spent for this. I think this was like 3 exalts. It's solid, but it's not like... I think you can get like 700 to 800 more evasion. I forget how much... body or evasion Scythe's body armor had, but I think I'm missing like at least another 600-700. These boots are okay too. These were like 1 exalt boots, but I traded Blaze Works TV. I traded him 5 experience irradiated tablets for a void flux, so I specifically bought boots with like resistance on them so I could void flux them to get my chaos res, because while I was originally leveling I had like horrible chaos res and I was almost dying to poison like all the time, so I just had to get my chaos res up. So these were cheap boots, but I hit them with a void flux, which was, you know, a void flux cost whatever it costs. This is just a belt that I've had. It's got maximum life and double res with strength. It could probably be replaced. Probably will need to get one with armor to make sorcery ward a little bit better. This amulet was given to me by Folk. It's okay. It needs to be replaced at some point, though. Luckily, Hunting Companion is one of the cheapest annoyances in the game. This is one of the things I love about Culling Strike builds, is very easily you get Hunting Companion like day 1 or day 2 on League Start, because like this is a very cheap annoyance. So we do have actually an anoint. The staff, like I said, we need to get rid of the chance for spells for additional projectiles, for probably gain damage as chaos or spell physical damage, but this is actually a really good staff either way. The Myris Uxor and the Horus Flight are what really need to be replaced. We need to get a Horus Flight with that's Raven touched. That way we can put an anoint on it. And then we need to get a Myris Uxor that has a better Culling Strike threshold. We don't really care about the double socket. We want like 118+% increased Culling Strike threshold. So all 3 of my uniques need to be replaced. And I need a Heart of the Well. If anyone is ever identifying a Heart of the Well and it's like, oh, this thing sucks, it's not hitting things I want, but you see Culling Strike threshold show up, I want Culling Strike threshold, I will buy that off of you. So if you like at some point, like it's not shaping out to be a Heart of the Well you want, but you see that Culling Strike threshold, you can, like, you know, maybe break even by picking Culling Strike and then selling it to me. But yeah, I need a Culling Strike threshold Heart of the Well. And then my Talisman. I have no good idea how good this is in the grand scheme of talismans. I bought this yesterday. I slammed it with a Greater Exalted Orb, and then I corrupted it. And yeah, I don't know. It was a cheap one when I bought it. The thing about Oil Barrage is, it is not a melee skill. It is an attack skill, though. So I don't know what the best type of talisman would be for this build, but no plus levels before Corrupt. I mean, it was a 1 Exalted 1 thing, and it was already, like, super gigaed up. And I didn't have a thing for it anyways, but we need to get one with attack skills. Not melee skills. Because Oil Barrage isn't melee, because it's lame. And that's why we're using a projectile skills, Amy. We don't really care about scaling the staff. The staff is already, like... The staff doesn't need any scaling. Only thing you need on the staff is Vile Intrusion, Spirit, Block Chance. But yeah, I think the big things I want to get is a new talisman and a new body armor. I want to get a lot more evasion on my body armor. So I can get a better, because we have this node here, I think. So, like, just getting, like, every bit of evasion on, on body armor is just massive. So, I want to get a new body armor. This one's really good, but, you know, I want to get a better one. And a better talisman. I think those are the 2 biggest things. And a new Ami, too. Like, this amulet's okay, but, like, half of it's not very good. I mean, most of it's not very good. But that's where we're at with the build. Experimenting and doing stuff. What about Ziri's step didn't fit? I never even tried it. I was nervous about putting it on while it didn't have this cultivated off. And when I had bought these boots, or when I had bought a pair of, purchased a pair of rare boots yesterday, when my effective HP was like 50,000 with those rare boots, I was like, oh shit, Scythe was right.
Yes.
Evasion. If the effective HP on PoE Ninja is reading collectively, evasion is just like... With even, like, 1 Exalted Orb pieces, scaling this so absurdly high. Like, I think when I put on really bad evasion gear, my sorcery ward went from, like, 600 to 3,000 initially. Like, the jump, I went from using armor for it in the campaign with my armor passives to the evasion setup with the evasion passives. It, like, more than 6x the sorcery ward's value. It was crazy. And that was without, like, again, this, like, this gear. And this isn't even, like, this gear, so... It is... Like, I'd imagine if I was on, like, Softcore Trade League, this would be like pushing 200,000 effective HP. And that's with temp chains, by the way. If I wanted to be giga tanky, I could put Enfeeble in this. I thought about putting Enfeeble in it. But I'm a temp change kind of guy. Like, I know balance changes are gonna bait me every single patch into league starting something, but like, this is a build I want to league start. Like, I know new shit's gonna bait me in 0.55, so I'm probably not league starting this. And I know new shit's gonna bait me in 1.0, but this is fun. And like, Culling Strike has been a playstyle I revisit so much. It's like, if you can find any archetype on my channel more than Thorns, it would have been Culling Strike. So this is just like checking all the boxes. Plus it's Witch Hunter. Witch Hunter's the best. You're gonna rebrand to Cole Torak? That's pretty funny. Twice. That 1.7k HP is scary. The good news is I have closer to like 7,000, 8,000 HP. But when you take into the fact that all the mitigation, it's way thicker than that. We got that sorcery ward, baby! Did I get all the breaches in this map? I did not. We need a Temple Stash tab already, so I have a theory. GGG intentionally releases League mechanics without stash tabs, so we have this sense of desperation for needing a stash tab for it. They make us suffer without it for a long time, so because by the time they release it, we fucking are like, I need it, and then they just get giga sales from it. Because why else wouldn't they, like, why would they not release every League mechanic with their own stash tab otherwise? The stash tabs always come like 2 to 3 patches after the League mechanic. And I bet you it's because it drives sales a lot. Like why wouldn't every League mechanic release with? I guess part of it is probably I guess this is the devil's advocate here. They don't know if a League mechanic's going core, so they can't sell a stash tab for it if it's not going core. But Temple's core, so where's the stash tab? That's the only counter argument I can think of is they don't know if something's going core, so until they know if it's going core, you can't sell a microtransaction for it, but Temple is core now, so stash tab, please. Your hideout is beautiful. Do you have a link for it? I don't know. Type ! hideout in YouTube chat. I don't know if I set up the command in YouTube chat. I'll link it for you. We did a hideout competition on my podcast recently. This is, if you look at that link, it's the person in 3rd place. It's the Eden one. I'm using the guy that got 3rd place's hideout. Oh, I have a sealed vault here. Neat. Yep. Love this side out. It's really cool. It's really, I like the bright colors in it. Are you going to do a build guide for this build? Probably. What, you didn't want a build guide for my shield charge Chronomancer? What are you saying? Yeah, I can see me doing a build guide for this. Unless it, like, just surprisingly rips sometime soon. It's a little bit awkward doing build guides in, like, a hardcore, like, scenario like this, where it's, like, a private league, where I don't have, like, access to, like, an insane budget, because if I release a build guide for it, the comments are inevitably going to be like, why aren't you using this? Why aren't you using split personality? Like, you know. Despite, like, me saying, it's in the Timmy League. This is basically half solo self-bound. Didn't see that one on stream? It's okay. You don't want to see it. Did you ever do build doctoring? Not really, no. I don't like doing build doctoring because, one, it becomes a situation where, like, once it starts happening, it becomes, like, 3 hours of people linking their builds and asking for help, but in my experience, like, it's so hard to know what it feels like happens is almost half of the people that want their build doctored aren't wanting their build doctored. They're wanting you to look at their build and go, oh, that's really cool. Good job. So, like, half the time when I do build doctors, like, I end up, like, actually being like, okay, this needs to be improved, this needs to improve. It's like, you know, a wall of text of criticism. And it's happened so many times in, like, the Thorns Discord or on stream where I do that, and the person ends up upset. They'll rage quit the Discord being like, well, people really can't say anything nice about someone else's build, or, like, they'll, like... Or when it becomes build doctoring, it becomes like it becomes an argument with the person. Like, hey, give me feedback, and then they'll, like, debate you on, like, every choice and, like, dig their heels on it. And it becomes very frustrating for me. I am autistic, so, like, I kind of struggle with interacting with people in those kind of scenarios sometimes. But that's the main reason I don't do build doctoring, is just... I feel bad because sometimes people very clearly didn't want their build doctored. They just wanted to show me what they were working on, and they wanted me to be like, hey, good job, dude, this is awesome. And I don't like hurting people's feelings when in that kind of scenario. So... I also, like, don't like the idea of, like, doing build doctors just because, like, I play the game very weird and different, and I also, like, I do have an ego. Let's be clear, I do have a fucking ego, but I do not know everything about the game, and I know I don't play the game in the most optimal way a lot of times. And, like, even clearly, like, recently, right? Like, yesterday I was telling Scythe that every time I played ES or EV Sorcery Ward, I fucking hated it, and I didn't really want to do it again. And, you know, like, I was, like, kind of, like, set on that, and then I tested it for 2 seconds, like, oh, wow, it's actually a lot better. So it's like, I'm clearly not, like, as much as I play the game, I do so many weird different builds and, like, different archetypes that, like, I'm not really a master of anything. So, a lot of the time when people want me to do build doctoring, they'll, like, also, they'll link me, like, a Fub Gun bow build, and, like, I'll have no idea what I'm even looking at. Like, I don't, like, I do goofy shit sometimes, or a lot of the time, so... A lot of time people are, like, linking me, like, pseudo-meta builds that I have, like, no idea how that, or people, like, with someone like a shield wall build. It's like, I've never played shield wall, you know? So I don't know, I overthink it a bit, but that's the main reason I don't do build doctors. People can get attached to their own route so they can get defense, especially if the build's fundamentally flawed. Exactly. And I get that, too. Like, I 100% relate to that. Like, you guys see me get pissy all the time when you guys, like, random viewers leave comments, like, criticizing or getting feedback on the build, right? Like, there is a very much a personal attachment with the build you're playing. And it's almost why I almost never want to tell anyone their builds are bad. Because to them, that might be the best build they've ever played, because, like, generally speaking, when you make a new build, it should be better than the previous one, right? Because you just learned a lot. So them, a lot of the time, it feels like they've made something really cool and unique, and... yeah, I don't know. Just makes me feel bad. It's happened enough times to where it's like... I started, like, asking them, what are you wanting me to, like, like, when people ping me in the Thorns Discord, like, I have to almost ask, like, what are you wanting me to tell you here? Are you actually wanting me to, like, because sometimes people will, like, link these fucking, like, level 74 with, like, 8 different uniques on, they're trying 4 different concepts at once, and, like, I don't know how to build doctor that, because it is, like, functionally incomplete and a bad build. It's just, it's weird sometimes. I know Miso does build doctoring, though. I'm pretty sure. I just did a weird teleport again. Did y'all see that? I just did one of those weird fucking teleport across the map. Oh, for sure. I mean, no one reads build guides, but there are a lot of people who just refuse, like, I think a lot of people underestimate how many people don't do guides at all. There are a lot of people that just play the game blindly and just kind of carve their own path. Because that's how they play other ARPGs, you know? Other ARPGs you can kind of just fart your way through. Which is how I play this game. I've never used a build guide. But I'm at 5,000 hours, so I can make weird shit, you know? When you're at like 300 hours and you're trying to make weird shit. Like, go look at my 0.1 builds. There are, like, maybe one of them was pseudo-meta. But they were all dog shit, you know? I didn't know how to optimize, I didn't know how to build defenses. It's hard making builds in this game. Pretty much. Well, like, someone pinged me in the Thorns Discord the other day that was like, they linked me a character that was like, it was doing like half a painter's glove setup and then half like a chaos damage setup with like it was very much two concepts being merged into one. And they had like 2,000 effective hit pull at like level 73. And it's like, how do you fix this person's build? Like, you have to, like, they have to essentially abandon half their build and get levels. The thing that, like, that's crazy to me is, like, the amount of people are like, I'm struggling in red maps right now, and they're, like, level 74. It's like, you're going too fast. Like, you can do level 74 if you got, like, good endgame gear. But if you're doing, like, weird experimental bullshit, you're probably not got the DPS for red maps at level 74. Passive points do a lot of work. I learned a lot from the Timmy League. I've just been running campaign over and over. I'm going to start maps by Wednesday, though. I mean, I've learned a lot from the Timmy League as well. Part of the... I mean, I know everyone doesn't have the time for this, right? I'm not saying this is how everyone plays the game, but every character every build I played this league in the Standard League, all 12 of them, I leveled a new character for. I almost never, I think maybe 2 or 3 times in the history of PoE 2, I have used the same character for another build. I have leveled a Warbringer through the campaign for a build, and then immediately after I was on that build, leveled a new Warbringer through the campaign for a build. And a lot of the reason I force myself to do that, I don't force myself to do it, it's fun. I like playing the campaign. I like making builds through the campaign. I don't know. But the main reason I started doing that was so I could learn. And, like, the hardcore players learn very quickly because of how many times they go through the campaign and learn all these different interactions. Like, I like leveling a new character. I like leveling with the build from level 1. Like, from level 1, I've got this concept in mind, and how am I getting it to that point? So it just leads to me leveling lots and lots of characters. But even in, like, 0.2, it was a short series I did. I did, like, 4 episodes of it. But I literally started a YouTube series called Will It Thorns, where I was playing ascendancies I thought were dog shit for Thorns just to intentionally learn stuff. So there's, like, a lot of merit to, like, going out of your way just to learn something on a character. And every new character can teach you something brand new about the game. This character is so damn cool, and I would never have expected me to make a build like this in the hardcore Timmy League. Like, this is so much fun. I had forgotten where I had been putting points last. I think I maybe want to start pathing towards Forces of Nature. So I have 8 weapon set passes. Okay, so I'm gonna start pathing towards Forces of Nature with weapon set 1, with weapon set 2. Maybe with weapon set 2 I get Gem Enthusiast for the movement speed when mapping. I would kind of want Gem Enthusiast in both sets, but I actually don't really need it in weapon set 1 because I don't really do moving around. That would just be for the maximum life. Maybe I go for Gem Enthusiast. What is this accuracy rating? What is this presence area? Don't care, don't care. Could do increased area of effect here and area damage. This would make the staff better. Part of me is just like kind of down just to get Gem Enthusiast in that set. Just to have the 5% extra move speed though. Oh, I could get... You know what, I'll just put that there for now. That's fine. That works. How much are Heart of the Wells going for right now? I really need to get a Heart of the Well. I guess I'm going to be buying a bunch of Heart of the Wells from Blaze. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go Blaze. I want to buy one right now.
I'll post it right away.
Who do you think is the best build maker? To me, Prada has a crazy brain for this. I'm the best build maker. Nobody is cooler or greater than me. I don't know. I'm not getting baited by that question. I'm not getting baited by... I'm not gonna get clip chimped by that question. Because the moment I say anybody, like, that's just gonna be like, oh, they think Prada's better than you. Prada's definitely really good. I don't even actually know if Culling Strike's a prefix or a suffix. It's a suffix? Damn. Well, we tried. I will be collecting Val Orbs to buy more diamonds from Blaze later, though. We'll get a Culling Strike 1 at some point. I didn't even actually check if there was a Culling Strike 1 on trade today. There wasn't one yesterday. Ooh. Look at this one. This one's actually really good to Div Slam. You're playing a crit build? This is like a solid Heart of the Well to snag. Yeah, no Culling Strike 1. We'll get one eventually. Also, could Prada really be the greatest build maker if he hasn't even won GGG's build of the week like I have? Like I have and Mr. Dead Rabbit has, so... That even felt gross to say. Even doing that goofy-ass smug face, that felt gross to say. I feel like Prada would have won Build of the Week by now if, like, the community wasn't, like... At one point, the Build of the Weeks were just getting shit on for being, like, super, like, expensive builds. And Prada, like, he does some budget builds and he does do budget setups, but a lot of his, like, fantastical builds are probably, like, not something GGG would showcase now, which sucks. Because I remember telling Prada in 0.3, I think, that I thought he was, like, on the verge of getting a Build of the Week, and, like, he still hasn't gotten one. And I think that's just because GGG changed their philosophy around Build of the Week. Though, to be fair, when I got featured for Build of the Week, it was a dog shit-ass build, so... Maybe that's what you have to do, is make dog shit builds, and that's how you get featured by GGG. Though Rabbit's build was cool. Rabbit actually had a cool build that got featured. Didn't he get featured with his Mjolnir build? Build of the Week isn't about mainstream builds, about fun interactions. That's usually what it seems like. That's what the Build of the Week that I got featured for. Like I played that build for a day and a half. Like I was like, oh, okay, cool. You can use Arctic armor to to spread poison with Herald the Plague, because at that point heralds were usable in that setup. And I played that build for like a day and a half, and it got featured. It was just a wacky ass setup. I think it was on a Pathfinder. Maybe it was on a Pathfinder. Maybe it was even using Herald the Plague. Maybe it was using Pathfinder. I can't even remember what the build was now. Might have just been a Pathfinder. Well, wasn't the last Lament Lich that they featured? Like, they've featured Blaster builds before, man. Like, the last Lament Lich that they featured, that was a Blaster build. That was like one of the craziest builds of that patch. So they do feature good builds like before. They just... There was the joke going around that GGG, when they feature a build, they're going to nerf it into the ground. So I feel like they stopped doing cool builds then, because everyone kept memeing on them that, like, if you got featured, your build got nuked. Like, my build of the week, it got nuked the next patch. Rabbit's build of the week, nuke next patch. Last Lament, nuke next patch, so... They do Blaster builds sometimes, yeah. I don't know. There's probably like just a different reason for why they do it every week. I wish they did it more frequently. I know it's probably a lot of work, especially like how cool those edits are. But I really wish it was actually like build of the week or builds of the week. Like I wish they featured like multiple builds, but with how like the production quality is at right now, they would need like a handful of editors on top of that and stuff. But there are, like, so many really cool build creators right now for PoE 2 that are just, like, churn out, like, crazy builds. And it's, like, there's, like, it's crazy that so many creators still haven't been featured. Like, again, jokes aside, I'm shocked Prada has not been featured. Like, no troll. I genuinely remember like in a chat with Prada once, like I think it was right before 0.3 started, like 5 minutes before. I jokingly said, "You're getting a build of the week this patch for sure" to him or something, and I meant it, and like that was in 0.3, and he still hasn't gotten one, which is crazy to me.
Hold up, I'm right after that one.
But there are a lot of really good build makers, like Circle Circus Games, Aste, Gia, those guys consistently put out insane builds. The meme is fun detected? Yeah, fun detected. Yeah, that's the meme. I maybe should have taken that Laviangas, actually. The Laviangas shows up a lot, so it's okay. Like, I'm surprised, like, I mean, has Aste ever won a build of the week? For PoE 1? I don't know if he's a PoE 1 Andy, but Aste makes, like, some of the coolest builds. Like, consistently, an Aste build is just insane. Awesome Gia has made, like, a million just top-tier builds. This build's fun. Oh, Lazy Exile is another goated build maker. I'm trying to think of, like, all the people who have been, like, featured multiple times on our podcast as who are, like, goated build makers, and to me, at least, Lazy Exile, Aste, Awesome Gia, Circle Circus Games, Prada. They're all people we have featured many times. Aste? No, Aste. A-S-T-E, I think is his name. I think he's Korean or... he might be Japanese. I can't remember. I think Circle Circus Games is Japanese and Aste's is Korean, but I'm not sure. But there's, like, also, like, a bunch of, like, other build makers that are just fucking great. Troy Tresco makes a lot of really cool builds. But also, like, who the best build maker is, like, how would you define that, right? Like, do you include, like, the guide portion of that? Because if so, then like Palsteron makes some of the best guides out there with all some of the coolest builds, so... If I had to give an actual honest answer, I would say Dead Rabbit. He's my Statue of Liberty of this game. Well, I guess we're gonna re-level this character. What did I die to? Let me watch that back. I just got blasted. We were definitely getting a little cocky here. Let's see what happened here. Let's see what happened here. Okay, so I'm being greedy as fuck with this attack. Look at my sorcery ward. It is almost full. 4.4k, 4.5, 39.9. How did I die here? Something just clobbered me for like 3,000 ward. I really can't tell by what's going on. There's just too much. It might have been Old Boy. I think it might have been Massive Bond hitting me. It doesn't look like it's a yeah, I didn't get hit by this. This thing missed me right there. Damn, and look at that. Just like in a quarter second, the ward is all gone. Damn, that happened so fast. I'm on 0.25 speed right now. This is 0.25 speed. Look how fast this just goes down. Boom. That happened in like a nanosecond. Clearly, let's just be 100% clear. This positioning on this boss fight, thinking I can just sit here and man mode through this, that's just like the worst positioning, the greediest of play, like, you know. I got like obliterated. I think Bone Colossus just smashed me. It's hard to tell. But I think Bone Colossus just, like, blasted my asshole open. Just in a, like, this is 0.25 speed. Like, this happened in a nanosecond. Look at that. Just... Damn. Look at my face. Look at my face. Oh my god. Oh, this is so fun, you guys. Man, I'm sad because this build, like, damn, man. It feels weird to re-level a build I just died with, but I'm having so much fun with it. I don't want to abandon it right now. Look at my face, though. What was I doing? What a greedy little shithead. Why would I be doing that like that? Why am I just fucking trying to blast them down like this? What a butthead. Well, I don't know why I'm surprised. I don't know why I'm surprised. Why am I doing this right here? Why am I just parked between these two bosses? With the fucking orb going off. And the Mastodon's charging at me, and I'm just like, I can burn them down in time. Oh, what a shithead. Well, boys. Death number 3. Or number 4. Damn, man. Did I just hit level 90 or was I 89 when I died there? What level was I? Hey, we got that character there in a single day. The problem is though, I don't have a backup. I have a backup of everything. Well, I lost those juice rings, so those are gonna be hard to replace. I was level 90. Damn, I did just hit level 90. Damn. Losing those rings sucks. I do have a backup Myris Uxor, and I do have a backup staff. I don't have a backup Horror's Flight, though, and I cannot play the build without Horror's Flight. So I might have to... You got your rings covered, bro? Okay, appreciate you, Sai, for the go. I mean, yeah, that was just me being greedy as fuck. That was just me being greedy as fuck, you know. We're going again. We're 100% going again, you know. I just gotta figure out... Damn! This build was so fun, too! Damn! Damn! You fool! '07, boys. '07. Rest in peace, Cal never dies again. Oh, this build was so much fun. I want to re-level it. I need to see if there's any Horror's Flights on trade. If there's Horror's Flights on trade, I will re-level the build. Because I have everything but the Horror's Flight. And now, like, I'll take it slower this time through. Damn. You were so cool, man. This was like...
Sold it.
This was so fun. I'm re-leveling the character. I'm re-leveling the character for sure. The only thing I don't have access to, I still have, like, replacement level 65 pieces for, like, everything. Like, I can get into maps with all of this, except for Horror's Flight. And Horror's Flight's kind of required. There's 2 on trade. How much are they for? Are they, like, for 20 divine or for, like, a handful? Damn, this was a cool build. I'm hyped. I'm really leveling it. This is the first time I've ever, like, died in hardcore. And, I'm, like, down to re-level it. Oh, okay. I can afford 7 divine. I think I have 2 Omens of Lights in my stash tab. Cal will be immortal. Damn, you guys! What a fool! Oh, not Kol Torak? That's a good one. Props on running it back. I'm having too much fun, Blaze. I'm having too much fun, man. I am addicted. You understand, Blaze. Us hardcore Andes, you know, we're hardcore mains, you know. This is just who we are. This is just the way we work, you know. This is the way we vibe. Us hardcore Andes, you know.
Well, that was unexpected.
Us hardcore veterans, this is just what we're used to at this point, you know? Shit happens. We go again. Oh, that build's so fun, though. I need to get back to it. I was definitely rushing. Like, that build hit level 90 in a day, and I was in red maps at, like, level 72. So I was definitely, like, feeling that build a bit too much. But, I'll take it slower this next time. The clear was miles ahead of the single target. I needed to get a better talisman for sure. I might, like, I don't want to do grenades. I think grenades would also fit very well with that setup. If you wanted to do grenades for single target and that staff or like your mobility, that definitely would work. I just don't really want to play grenades. I kind of was liking the oil barrage, though. I might do the oil barrage again for single target. But I might experiment with other single target options just to, like, to keep it like a fresh playthrough to where, like, I'm playing it slightly different than before. The oil barrage was working really good. I just needed a better talisman and to potentially, like, change the setup a little bit. But maybe there's other single target options to explore. I don't know if there's a quarterstaff skill I would want to use. I was really liking oil barrage. I might do oil barrage again. We're probably leveling with talismans initially either way though, because I have a lot of really good leveling talismans. What the hell? Those are good rings. I like. Alright, dumbass. Don't die on this one. Calism will be immortal.
I fear this land's sickness.
A face like that almost makes me want to help for free. Almost.
07 to those that died, I would never. I would never. Alright. Let's see what kind of gear I had. I have so many good talismans to level with, so like part of me just wants to like level with talismans. Let me look at gems, what skills real quick. Is there a shot I would want to use for single target? Is there like, I don't want to do the Riven Armor fragmentation round shit. And you really can't do that with one crossbow anyway. You gotta be doing 2 crossbows. Is there a single shot that would fit into this setup that I could use for single target without like being crippled? Because I can't really fit I can't fit like crit or anything into this setup. It has to be just like a shot that just scales super well on its own with a good crossbow and gem levels. And it has to be able to like just solo bosses and rares with just the shot. Because that would be the other option, is doing a crossbow shot. Don't really want to do a bow build. I could see Whirling Assault being fun, but I don't know if I want to do Whirling Assault with this build. You won't use any caster skills. I don't think we'd use anything mace for single target. It would either be some form of like bolt or round skill, like one of the shots, plasma blast, or it's gonna be oil. Oh, you know what? Didn't I say yesterday that I was kind of interested in playing Flame Breath? Do you think I could flip? How does Flame Breath scale? Could I fit Flame Breath into a Culling build? Does it have good single target without, like, leaning heavily into scaling it? I've never used Flame Breath before, so I don't know if I could scale it for single target. Inside a Culling Strike build. I know Flame Breath can get good single target, but the question is, can it fit into a Culling Strike build as my, like, bossing option? 88 mana, 6 rage per second. Is this a situation where I'd have to have, like, Eternal Rage to make it work? I don't mind using Eternal Rage. But that would be all the spirit for that weapon set. Last time I played it, the single target was very good. Yeah, I mean, maybe we try out Flame Breath when we get to level 40 or 52. And I guess we just level it the exact same way I leveled yesterday's, except we'll swap to Flame Breath. Glacial Bolt, incredible clear and single target if you run a setup where you get minions on kill with Biting Frost and assume the bolt's ice walls. I don't think that's fitting into a Culling Strike setup. But I'd have to, like, see what all that requires. Best one is Storm Blast. I like the skill one-shots bosses. Storm Blast? What's Storm Blast? You mean Plasma Blast? Or Storm Blast? Oh, Storm Blast Bolts. I see. I haven't used Storm Blast Bolts. Ever, maybe. I've used Shock Burst rounds. I don't think I've ever used Storm Blast Bolts. I don't even know what it looks like. Damn, what a fool. Why did I die like that? Just fucking ape mode in between two bosses like that. I collected every piece of gear I used on this character in this tab. I didn't get rid of any of it because I knew I might, always respect bosses. Yeah, that was... it was foolish of me. It was foolish of me. Luckily, some mistakes you only have to make once or twice. Hopefully that's one of those. Why does this remind you of a StarCraft song? Because it's a StarCraft lo-fi track. Thanks. Thanks, Faro. I thought it was a nice one, too. Yeah, I could maybe swap to permafrost bolts if I'm bored of the playing dragon again, in like Act 3 or something, but I'm kind of like okay with the idea of at least switching it up with to flame blast. See how that goes. Not flame breath, flame breath. Never used flame breath before, so that might be fun. And it was very clearly. Like, I don't know if it's just bugged, but the oil barrage nerf was noticeable. The DBS was still fine, but the fact that Ricochet's not working in it anymore is really weird. So I'm kind of like, okay, to swap to Flame Breath, or at least try it out. I genuinely think that this would be a very viable and popular playstyle with grenades. Because the clear speed was just absurd on that setup. It was just insane. And then you just do, like, in the entire tree was, like, buy all the grenade stuff. So, like, weapon set 2 would easily just be all the grenades. You'd one-shot every boss. And then you'd just be warping around with the Culling Strike stuff. Wait, what happened? Left for 20 minutes, seemed like I was fine? I believe the medical term is cranial rectumitis. My head was so far up my ass that I couldn't see the boss, and then I died because of it. No clip? I don't know if anyone clipped it. I haven't set it up yet, though. Herm is my mod, or Crazy are my mods that usually set up the clip stuff, and I don't think any of them were here when I died. And I don't usually think about that stuff. I'm a noob streamer. Oh yeah, the Ignite shotgun rounds. The what was it? The Thanos build or whatever. That what was his name? It starts with a J. I'm pissed I can't remember. It's like Josiah or something. That build was sick. That's definitely a sick ass build. Josiah Yeet. Yeah. Josiah Yeet. Yeah, he cooked with that build. I can't believe... Well, listen, I got level 90 in a single day, so we'll be back there tomorrow. We'll at least be back to mapping tomorrow. And that was, like, probably the punch to the gut I needed to, like, you know, start respecting hardcore a bit more. Even when I'm feeling myself, I need to be respecting hardcore, you know? Because I was really feeling myself with that build. I had over 100,000 effective HP. My DPS wasn't great, but I was feeling myself, and shouldn't have been. Hey, are you still here, Scythe? How do you feel about EV during the campaign? I assume you still level armor like most people. I'm guessing EV Sork Ward is still a no-go for the campaign, but I'm curious just how you level. Armor campaign, yes, and then EV once it's finished Act 4 with Sork Ward. Yeah, that's what I did. I went, I mean, obviously it makes sense to go both Sork Ward nodes before anything else. And then when you have the second one, to where you're negating the physical and chaos damage, plus you have like actual Act 4 gears when you feel the buffer is good enough to do the swap. Because it's crazy, like, throughout the campaign when I'm armor stacking with Sork Ward, I'm sitting at, like, anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 effective HP. I think when I left the campaign, I was at, like, 5,000. But then I swapped to EV at level 65 with mid-evasion gear, and it went from, like, 5,000 to, like, 60k. And I'm just, like, part of me just almost doesn't trust that. Like, to be safe that early on, but it felt that safe that early on, and I don't know when exactly that would functionally swap would feel, and I guess after Act 4 that makes the most sense, because you'll have enough passive points to reach to, like, the good evasion gain nodes. Yeah. Is that a spell correctly? Yeah, thanks, Crazy. Appreciate you. Rip number 4 achieved, boys.
Exile never give up a fight. I expected no less.
Nice, thanks, Crazy.
Bye.
Just trying to find all of the gear I would want to use early on. Level 12 belt, level 17 gloves. 16 gloves. 10. I won't be holding all of this stuff on me, but I want to find all the low-level stuff. 15 boots. 26 belt. 22. 50. 60. Yeah, I still have... Yeah, here's the Myris Uxor. Okay, I don't have another backup staff, but I have one I can craft on, and we have to pray it can hit the shit we want on it. But I'm sure I can get more staffs. Because worst place, I'm just playing a dragon build for a little bit into endgame, and I farm to get the staff. So we do need to get the Horus Flight. Okay, I do have Abyssal Echoes and Omens of Light, so I should be able to buy the Horus Flight. You got you on staff? Awesome. Appreciate you, Blaze. Okay, I should be good. Thank you very much, sir. You are a legend. I'm sure one of those will hit the skill we need. Especially if I use the echoes on them. We should be able to get a good one. Alright. Double suffix. Ooh, one of them's double prefix, or triple prefix, hell yeah. Nice, one of them is a potential best staff. For those that don't know, with the Culling staff, if you hold Alt on it, you can see beforehand how many prefix and suffixes they have. And depending on the type of staff you want, just buy one. You know, just make sure if you want one with triple prefix or you want one with double suffix, you can preemptively buy one. And we want one. The best, like either way, both can be good for us. But the best one we want is triple prefix suffix. We want block chance. One of these is always the skill of the prefixes. So like one of these is the skill, and then the suffix we want block chance. It gives us just a staff with block, which makes us extra tanky. And then for the other prefixes, there's spirit with spirit efficiency. And then for the third, like, those are the important ones. It's spirit efficiency, we want the skill we want, and then we want block chance. And then the last one can be, it can be a throwaway one, but there's gain damage as chaos, and then gain spell physical damage are the other two we would want. But they don't matter, really. In terms of the suffixes, there's only the one suffix we want, which is the block chance. Also, one of the prefixes I think is like enemies have a chance to explode for a % of their life. That one's decent too, to help them clear a little bit, but not required. I don't need its series to stain. I still have a lot of my EV gear from when I initially swapped. Someone messaged me something, I see. Oh yeah, I love Titan Rot. I have a Titan Rot. I think I have like 2 Titan Rots. I don't have a Titan Rot right now. I like Black Braid too. I think Black Braid's also really good. I do have a really good Black Braid at level 38. Where are my... I thought I had earlier, like, level 20 rings someplace. There's a 26 ring, there's a 30 ring. It was those two. I'm gonna have to get more organized. I'm gonna have to get the Blazeworks TV 300 stash tabs all religiously organized, set up. Oh, there's the other 20 ring. I knew I had another level 20 ring someplace. Are you gonna try the same build? Yeah, I'm gonna change up the single target, but yeah, that build was way too much fun to not play it again. That build was fucking awesome. And I was only playing it for literally less than 24 hours. I had started the character about this time yesterday, and it had already died. So, yeah, I'm running it back. We're gonna change the single target up to... I've never played Flame Breath before. I don't know if Flame Breath fits into this setup. It might be a little bit of a tough squeeze, but we'll see what happens. 17 chests. Okay. Oh, right, I had these Grip of Culling, but I want to use one of them. Oh, I lost him in. I see. Get the bat skin back on.
Bloody horrors!
Yeah, no, that staff was, that was so much fun. I'm definitely running this build back. There's no question. The single target might change. It might swap to a crossbow setup and weapon set 1. It might be flame breath. It could also be oil barrage again. But like oil barrage, like it felt really good. My DPS was very good for like where I was at and the talisman I was using. But it was definitely nerfed. The ricochet stuff was not working like it was working last patch. Before, when you did ricochet oil barrage, it was like caking the screen in a million projectiles. It was still doing good deeds with the salvo cheese, but it wasn't doing the clown shit it was doing last patch.
Ominous.
What happened here? Good.
Let's be quick about this.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm sad. It's alright, though. We'll be back to playing it soon.
He's in conflict.
Sometime tomorrow. I'll be able to get a new Horus Flight with my Omen of Light and Abyssal Echoes. One of those staffs I'm sure will hit.
Trap, eh?
Let's do this.
And we will forever respect bosses.
You need more than an overgrown weed to take me down.
We'll never disrespect a boss again, right, guys? Ever. Even if there's a fire.
Stay safe if you can.
Let's go, Una! 16, 12, 26, 10, 15, 17, hut.
Little show. Sure it's simple enough.
Also, part of the reason why I would like to try Flame Breath. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Doesn't Flame Breath have a reasonably decent AoE size, or is that not true?
Bag of bones.
Part of the reason why the Oil Barrage playstyle was a little bit awkward for what we were doing is... It, like, I mean, if you played Oil Barrage, you know, you're stationary. Get boosted by Gemling, but it's alright.
Inscriptions
Well, I mean, it should be way more... It should be way more viable than what I was doing with Oil Barrage, where I was just standing still. Because you can move with it, right? Flame Breath, you can, like, fly around. So, worst, like, I'm like, I'll be, like, if it's worse DPS, at least I'll be able to move around and kite bosses while I'm using it. So... Well, for mobility, like, in mapping, we're using the staff. So, like, in terms of, like, mobility and clear, that's already covered with the Culling Strike staff setup we're doing. The issue with Oil Barrage was I was just standing under, standing under something while I was channeling it. And, you know, we're playing an EV, you know, Sork Ward build where you really don't want to be getting hit, and you're usually using Sorky Ward as, like, a, you know, oops, I accidentally got hit situation. But with how I was playing that build, I was almost just like a tank. I was just like intentionally eating hits to try and kill stuff through Oil Barrage, and that doesn't seem smart to me. So hopefully we can get Flame Breath to work better. I think that's my current play. Is let's do Flame Breath. Yeah, I think that's the plan. We'll do Flame Breath instead. Now that I've, like, visualized the fact that Oil Barrage being just so immobile versus even if Flame Breath is less DPS and a little bit meh to get, even if like it doesn't have a great AoE, the fact that I can be mobile with it will make it a better single target option. So as long as I can scale its damage, as long as it's not like dog shit DPS, from what I understand, Flame Breath is good, but I've never played it. It's the only dragon skill. You were ripping us a second? Yeah, dude, I got fucking obliterated. I probably got crit and then the bleed. I probably got crit big by a physical, I think is what happened, but from the stampede, and then the bleed shredded me. I think is what happened there. I had a 100k effective HP at that point, and like I was relaxed because of it. Because of what that number said on PoE Ninja, like I was like, I've never played with a character with 100k effective HP, and I was feeling pretty goddamn immortal just standing in between like 6 breach elites and shit, right? So like I had really just like let my guard down and was just face taking shit, and obviously you shouldn't be doing that versus bosses, so that's lesson 1 number learned, but 2, yeah, just don't play like that. And Oil Barrage is just very good, but I should not be playing with it like that. So I like the idea of mixing in Flame Breath. EHP is light, of course. I do say this all the time. Like, there are a lot of times people are like, wow, your EHP is so low on PoE Ninja. How are you not ripping all the time? It's because like a lot of times effective effective maximum hit and EHP in general is very, very misleading. But regardless, that build did feel very fucking tanky. It was not like it wasn't tanky. But yeah, I had been if you watch through that stream, I had been just face tanking a lot of shit that probably should have killed me. And it wasn't really getting close to killing me, so like I was playing goofy as fuck. Like, look at that clip. Like ignoring what the stats on the character is, I was in between 2 bosses, just standing there channeling, when one of the bosses had their AoE circle down, like between, like, ignoring the stats on the character. That was just the greediest bullshit misplay that you could, you know, do to yourself. It's not a bullshit misplay, but it's just like, you know, I deserved that death. Absolutely. There's no defending that death. That wasn't like my Atziri death where it's like, oh, I just didn't know, that kind of sucks. I should have known better there. I should have known better there. 100%. But yeah, I did get a nuke. Just, I don't remember what the map mods were. I know that was an Alkengo map. it could have even been the crit damage bonus modifier. I would need to actually go look back in the VOD to see, so maybe I did a map mod I shouldn't have even done as well. But, yeah. I like the idea of mixing in Flame Breath. It makes replaying the character a little, like, more, like, you know, replaying a character back-to-back is probably not very fun for most people. But I am enjoying the idea of swapping up the DPS skill to Flame Breath, and I've never used Flame Breath myself, so it's completely new to me.
Need more time.
Hopefully I can scale it alongside a Culling Strike build. I have no idea how Flame Breath scales. It looks like it had Ignite stuff to it. There is some ailment stuff in the evasion section of the tree, so there might be ways for me to help scale its damage. I assume it also just scales off of my Talisman and my two-hander, so I assume it scales a lot of the same ways that Oil Barrage and Ren scale, but I don't know. I know Miso played it on a Gemling once, but I don't remember how he scaled it. Might need rage to keep it up. Well, with this setup, on the last character, all of my rage in weapon set 2 was for, all of my spirit in weapon set 2 was for a weird power charge engine, and I don't know if I need that engine setup as intense as I did on this setup. I had 3 spirit gems that were all for like A-list chimes to churn power charges automatically. I know power charges do influence Flame Breath, but I don't think I would need the like Wind Dancer goofy shit I was doing. So I might be able to fit Eternal Rage into the build. But yes, that is the one thing I am concerned about right now is the rage sustain portion. But hopefully we can just run Eternal Rage.
I'll break you.
And if Flame Breath doesn't work out, maybe I swap to crossbow shots. I don't want to do grenades. But I could maybe be baited in the Storm Blast bolts or something. You can go Bear Warcry for rage regen if it's only for bossing. It'd be for bosses and rares. It'd be for bosses and rares. Because I don't know if you how much you were watching earlier, Kenda, but like basically mapping was like everything instantly gets obliterated except for the rares, and then I had to like oil barrage the rares, and then yeah, bosses was oil barrage. So I only need like essentially yes, I can always do a ferocious roar bear setup before every rare mob. I just don't know if I'm going to be pathed over here for Roaring Cries. That's not too awful of an anoint. It's still kind of expensive, though. I don't think I'll be over here for Roaring Cries. Do not do grenades. It's so boring. Good DPS, though. Yeah, I mean, I have not played grenades since 0.2 just because I get bored of it. But just in general, like I very much see a future where somebody is playing this archetype, the staff Culling Strike teleport archetype, with grenades as the single target option, and it'd be like one of the best builds in the game. No, you died. I just came back from walking the dog. Now I'm sad. I'm very sad too. I'm very sad too. We're running it back though. We're running it back. So I got that character to maps in a single day. Tomorrow we'll be back to playing it again. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. 10 is the new thing. I don't remember if it was even an upgrade over this one. I think this unique one was better.
Fresh tracks. Must be near in the village now.
I'm excited. I'm down to try Flame Breath. I'll need to like look up some stuff on how to scale it. But I don't think... Yeah, even without Eternal Rages, let's just say I wanted to keep the same power charge set up on weapon set 2. I definitely could fit Ferocious Roar into the setup, so...
Lonely. Whatever it is could put me in two. Down.
The Ren leveling gets a lot better when you have Devour. You get that level 14. This might be my 0-5. Like, I'm not kidding. I've only been playing this day of build, but like the fact that I instantly remade the character shows how much I'm enjoying the playstyle. This might be like a future main archetype for me, like a main build for me. I've already made so many Culling Strike builds, and this is by far my favorite Culling Strike setup I've done.
Guess we know what's been killing the cows. I'm gonna get ya.
I know, dude. Rest in peace, the 0.3 Nova projectile builds. Those were special. But this one, like, that one was really fun for sure. You had a lot of mobility then, but this staff is super fun, man. It's like everything, it fixes everything I hate about Flicker Strike and the Ball Lightning techs. Like, you actually control where you go, and it's instant with no cooldown. It's just, it's like the ideal movement skill. Like, I haven't played with a movement skill that's smoother than that. Did you not see any of the mapping I was doing before I died, Protag? It was going... I literally hit 90 in less than 24 hours because of how fast and smooth the mapping was. It was, like, by far my favorite mobility skill I've ever used. Let me find a clip. Let me show a clip real quick. This is the clip I sent Kadachi last night. This is at level 65. This was like when I first hit maps. This is literally, look at, like, this is crazy. This is when I first hit maps. I think I'm like level 65 in this clip. I have really bad evasion gear on here, so my sorcery war is like only 3k. This was just immediately in the maps. I think this was like my second or third map with the setup. I'm level 65 here. I'm level 65 here. Nope. It's instant yoink. I think I have rapid casting 2 in it. And I have the skill speed on the passive tree from, and this isn't hardcore, at level 65, in the Timmy League, by the way. In the fucking Timmy League, so it's not even like a real trade environment, you know? That's what I'm saying, this is gonna be an archetype I play. Like, I might league start at 0.55, I might league start at 1.0. This is, like, the most fun Culling build I've played. Especially if I can figure out what to do with the single target. Like, so like for 0.55 or 1.0, right? What I would do differently is I'd use a different single target. So like, I could easily do this setup on 1.0 with swords. I would use the staff for mobility, but then like, let's say swords are released, right? Whatever weapon set 2 is using, or my single target, would be a new sword skill. So like, no matter what, like, I see me league starting this archetype in 1.0 and just like, we're putting swords on it this time, we're putting axes on it this time, we're putting, you know, flails with it this time. Like, I'm going to be mixing up the single target I do with it, but still doing this Culling Strike mobility tech. Yeah, I'm in love with this playstyle. Like, literally, I instantly remade this character. I instantly remade him to get him back to maps. That's how I got to level 90 so fast. That's a level 60, that's a white map. I'm moving that fast. So when you're leveling that fast, you're killing that fast, you know, you're leveling so fast. Like, yeah. Obviously, you can't league start that because you can't do it until you get the staff, but I can guarantee you, like, Protag, you've played that staff build before. Have you ever played it on league start? I'm guessing it's not hard to get Colomek staffs on league starts. 99.9% of people are trashing them. I'm guessing, like, I would have one by day 2 or 3 on league start, at the latest. And I could easily self-farm one. Easily self-farm one. I would just go do Abyss Boss out the gate. Colomac's easy to farm because you don't have to do all of the stages. So, worst case, I just immediately go to the Abyss out of maps, and I'm just farming Colomac and doing the one boss kill. You know, immediately taking the ring. So, like, to me, it's like, it screams league start viable. I already love Culling Strike. Now, the hard part, actually, let me rephrase, you need more than the staff. You need Horus Flight as well as Myris Uxor. Those might be the more expensive things to get. Myris Uxor, I've never league started Culling Strike. Myris Uxor is usually not hard to get on its base level, but I don't know it's like day 1 or day 2. I don't know if, like, there are very many, like, league start culling builds. Horus Fright's not too hard to get. Delirium Boss is easy to farm. Horus Flight might be cheaper next thing because it won't be new. Well, even this league, it wasn't. It was only expensive if you wanted a Raven touched Horus Flight. If you just took the bad base one, I remember Horus Flight being very cheap. But either way, I would have the archetype up on day 2 or 3, and I would just be playing swords until then, right? So let's say it's 1.0, and I'm assuming swords are coming. I would be leveling as swords until I did this swap at, like, level 70 or 80 or whatever. So, you know what? I think I already, like, I could see me, yeah, I think I'm already locked in on my 1.0 league starter. Unless the staff or Culling Strike gets significantly nerfed, we'll be playing whatever new weapon comes for our single target and through the campaign, and transitioning to this Culling Strike archetype in late game, probably. I don't know if I'll do it for 0.55, but for 1.0, I'll definitely be doing it. Where the fuck? Is it over here? Or over here? I had a double Culling Strike Heart of the Well that I got in the first few days, but it took like 2 weeks to sell for only 1 div, so I don't think you'll have much weight in competition. Culling Strike definitely isn't like a league start friendly build because it requires those unique, so I'm not surprised not many people play it, but yeah. What's Gemling quality give for some of these skills? Well, the main skill we're using on the staff is a staff skill, so Gemling quality doesn't do anything for it. Everything else on the build, like, the main thing for the build is the staff, so the quality on it doesn't matter. The rest of the build is very interchangeable. As long as you're playing a Culling Strike build, you can make anything work for single target. But you don't have to do this on a Witch Hunter. On a trade league environment, especially if you don't care about dying, you could play this on a Gemling for sure because you have the Culling Strike Legacy of Aldor. So you could league start Witch Hunter, and once you eventually get the Legacy of Aldor for Culling Strike, you can swap to a Gemling or whatever ascendancy you want to play it on. The reason why I'm specifically doing it on a Witch Hunter is because I'm in hardcore, and I'm using Sorcery Ward. Like, 2 of the items are EV bases, so Sorcery Ward is just like the best way to get as tanky as possible. You could technically play this archetype on any Ascendancy now, though, because of the Legacy of, was it Legacy of Deathblow that gives you Culling Strike? You can probably throw in Cock Lightning Warp. Yeah, but someone was talking about that yesterday, too, and I told them I'm just over Cock Lightning Warp. Or just anything cast on crit, I am over at this point. But yeah, you could easily work in. I mean, there are already a lot of really good Culling Strike Lightning Warp builds out there, which is cool. But I don't like those. I like the staff just feels so much better than that. And then the Bulletstorm Witch Hunter had good movement speed too, but it requires you to just like get really good movement speed and invest a shitload into like movement speed penalty when attacking. What's up, Kadachi? How's it going, bro? We died. We are level 90. And I'm sad because it's my favorite build ever in the whole wide world. So we're going again. Flame Blast is definitely getting nerfed. Flame Blast is absolutely getting nerfed. Nobody did the math on it when they were like 100% more ignite magnitude. Like nobody thought that through. I disagree with the, in general, with the statement that Gemling has made, like, all the skills in the game feel irrelevant because you want to do them all on Gemling. I don't think that is even remotely true for 90% of skills, but Flame Blast is one of those skills where that is very much true. Flame Blast is definitely like, why would you play Flame Blast on anything but a Gemling? Why? Like that is an honest statement for Flame Blast. Now you can do it on other things. You can be like Miso Shiro and trying on a Chronomancer, but you know the difference between doing it on a Gemling and anything else is like comically unfair. And whenever it feels stupid to do something because it's so much better on something else, that's just bad design. And I imagine GG is gonna nerf it. The thing about the move speed battle reduction is GG heavily nerfed it in 0.4. Oh, they made it awful. They made it fucking awful. It almost doesn't even feel worth it investing into it. Like, if you want to do a move speed penalty reduction build, you're better off just playing Gemling or Pathfinder because they have more value you can get from them from move speed penalty than anything else now. Like, move speed penalty reduction definitely got over nerfed in my opinion. I've got no flash charge. Kodachi, I'm sad I died, dude. I was level 90, man. It was so much fun. I was going too fast, though. I was rushing. How did you die, dude? Being a greedy little shithead. I definitely got like, I'm 99% sure it was a map that had enemies had crits on them, and I got giga crit by that boss, and I think it also had enemies have a chance to bleed on hit. So I think I got giga crit bled by that boss, but my positioning and just everything about it was just, I was being a greedy little shithead. I was being a greedy little shit. You got me hyped. I mean, I'm hyped too. This staff is really fun. It'll definitely be a go-to for me. I already like League starting Witch Hunter, and I already like League starting Culling Strike builds. So it's just like, I just see this as my future. Of always just League starting some weird Culling Strike build, eventually transitioning to the staff and doing something new as my single target. With the weapon set 2 bugs? What weapon set 2 bugs? Oh, where it's like weirdly snapshotting. I noticed that happening a few times. That was actually not helping my build out when I was doing it there. It was actually making it worse. Why did I just reforge that? I meant to salvage that. You can use weapon 2 skills while you're in weapon 1? How? I'm not gonna abuse that bug. That sounds stupid, but... So Scattering Calamity can be used with 9 forks. Yeah, Prada is doing it. Weird. Hey, what's up, Mr. Chicken? How you doing, bro? Hope you had a good stream. Interesting. Well, I mean, this is not me saying you shouldn't do this kind of stuff. You know, there's always a gray area where bugs, I've used bugs in builds before. My Infernal Legion Roa, that most certainly was a bug, right? I feel like everyone can agree with that. And we're abusing a Malice bug with it too. So I've used bugs before. I don't know if I want to use that bug though. I don't think I want to use that bug. That's an interesting bug. Yep, always go again, man. That build was too fun to not do. I hit level 90 in less than 24 hours. That's how much I was enjoying that build. I played it like for 7 hours off stream last night. So we're running it back. We're running it back. We're gonna make that a meta hardcore build. We're gonna make it a meta. Like we're gonna be calling that the Cole Torak build. The Cole Torak build. It's the future. It's the future. Kidding, by the way. Made 22 today is expedition from chest, so OP, damn nice. Good, keep making divines. I need a lot of divines to finance this character, so I appreciate your hard work. What were you farming? Oh, you just said expedition. Later, dude. Thanks for the raid, brother. Have a great rest of your night. And try not to die like I do all the time. As long as you disable both weapons, it works. What the hell? That's a weird bug. Yeah, that's definitely gonna get fixed, for sure. Product cooking up something crazy. Oh, that's funny. Spaghetti code at its finest, boys. Interesting. That is a very funny interaction. Yeah, I won't be abusing that on this build.
All in a day's work.
That would be very abusable on this build, though. Because you'd be able to use the Culling Strike staff while you're permanently in your Werven form or whatever. So you would just, like, never have to shapeshift. It'd be, like, crazy. I'm not going to do that, though. I don't want to do that. I'm liking this build to the point that's, like, you know, I want to learn stuff for it to play it again in the future. And I don't want to, like, fog my memory by abusing a weird exploit. But that is a cool exploit. I could see me abusing it before 055 if I come up with a weird idea I'd want to do with it. But I don't want to do that in this build, that's for sure. That's a very versatile tech. I'm sure there's a lot of goofy ass shit you can do with that. And it seems very forcible if you just have to put 2 runes into both items. Like, there's probably a lot of weird, like, multi-unique interactions that you could do. And one of the best examples, I guess, would be with this staff for sure. It works with Purity Scepters too? Oh. That's definitely not okay. That's definitely not okay. Yeah, that's definitely way too overpowered if Purity Scepters work with it for sure. That's got getting nerfed written all over it. What tier is Lingering Illusion, by the way? It's a tier 2? Spirit Gem or tier 3? Can't remember. I think it's tier 2. Yeah, it's so broken. It sounds broken. It sounds really broken. And I'm sure there's like some actual like crazy unintended mechanics you could get with that. Oh, is he using Scattering Calamity right now? To be really cheesy with it? I'll have to see what he's up to. I need a build of the week this week. Though I might want to feature a hardcore build. I might feature a hardcore build. Because we're in the hardcore mindset on the podcast. We're having Mr. Funky Chicken on this week, so I'm sure we're going to dive more into hardcore since he's playing hardcore, but I'm sure we're going to dive into other build-making things. Oh, what? Oh my god. Of course Prada would min-max. See, Prada and I think very differently about the game. Prada thinks, like... I think Prada is one of the best, like, optimizers, if that makes sense. Like, Prada is really good at, like, just min-maxing the values on movement speed and damage to, like, and DPS to absurd amounts. But, like, for me, when I think about those, like, so of course, his brain would go to Scattering Calamity with +9 spell skills. Like, of course that's where his brain would go, right? That's not where my brain goes. My brain goes to, like, using weird uniques to do something fucking weird and funny. But the moment you said +9 with Scattering Calamity, like, of course that's what Prada did. That is absurd. I was trying to think of, like, what would he be using with Scattering Calamity? Like, what is he pairing with it? Maybe something mobility? It's like, nope, of course he's doing +9 spell skills with it. Yep, that would... That is Prada for you. He is the master of scaling. That is crazy idea. Either way, using it for fork and palm with and palm with a dreamer for actual 0 skill direction would be giga busted. Oh yeah, palm with it too. And then yeah, that way. That is a crazy tech for sure. You gotta go on a harp on Starcraft trade to try to stick out on a mana stacker. I mean, if you've got good gear and good currency, that is a tech you can abuse for sure. That's one of those ones where it's like, you know, like player like Prada specializes in like optimizing in that way. He's gonna do some wonky ass shit. Like I imagine if you're mana stacking Archmage on top of it, like the DPS would be like hilarious. God damn it! I was trying to get the heavy stone. You only get the benefit from the skill, so not the full stat, so you don't get like the gloom buff for an example. Interesting. Interesting. Hey bro, are you able to check if there's any spots left in the league? If you type exclamation point THC, the signups are there, and there should be slots in it. I'm not an admin, so. But if you hit exclamation THC, it'll tell you how many people are in it. I doubt it's full, so if you sign up, Blaze or somebody should be able to let you in. But yeah, I'm not one of the admins, so I can't invite people. I hope we can make Flame Breath work with this build. Yeah, I'm definitely like, I'm almost 100% locked in on playing this build in 1.0 right now. I know I get easily baited by new stuff, but I can fit new stuff into this. Like, I'm almost 100% certain on 1.0, unless like something crazy happens with Thorns, I will League start Culling Dragon Witch Hunter with swords or flails or axes, whatever new skill we get, and use that for single target and use the staff for running around. I see other streamers are returning to PoE2 now. Wonder if GG will wait for Gamescom or start teasing soon since people are playing. I mean, we'll definitely start getting teases within the next week, in my opinion. We'll definitely start getting announcements of announcements, like sometime in the middle of August. Like, GGG is going to be like, we're going to be at Gamescom announcing stuff, like, sometime soon, I bet. Just trying to create another character keeps taking me to normal League. I mean, yeah, that's how I've always played, you know? Oh, I see. You need to, okay, did you get invited to it? You have to... You have to look down here, and you have to click join down here and your character select. When you're in the league, you'll have this little box down here. It's below your main character creation, and that's how you do it. Wait, what the hell? I logged out and it put me at the front. No! I have to re-clear the manor. I don't have any other checkpoints. There's no way I didn't get any other checkpoints. Where are they? I guess I didn't. Sounds to be the most broken tech in the game. For sure. Yeah, that's an absurd tech. That's a bug, so... Well, I wouldn't call it the most broken tech in the game. You're not, like, abusing that in the campaign. You're not abusing that on a budget, and you're not abusing that without knowing what you're doing with it. It's definitely overpowered, but I don't know if it's the most broken tech in the game. Bugs are just like, you know, bugs are bugs. They shouldn't exist to begin with. Yeah, I wouldn't call it tech. Tech is definitely a bad word for that. It's bug abuse. And bug abuse often is broken and overpowered. So I forgot to add Devour. I'm sitting here without Devour this whole time.
I'm not one for music, but to each their own.
Should have put all my leveling gear back. Next, let me put any leveling gear in here, did I? Okay, we didn't. Alright, let's go kill Geonor. There we go. Ren gets so much better when you have the Devour and you can get the guaranteed power charges. Then you play Ren until Oil Barrage, and you play Oil Barrage until Flame Breath. And I hope Flame Breath works this. I hope we can make it work. I bet we can. I'll just have to be a little bit slower and smarter, which is honestly what I need to be doing, so. I'm hyped about this archetype. Like, I'm about, like, if this character dies again, I'm probably about to level this, like, 3 different times. It's just one of those archetypes where it's like, this is what happened with Supporting Fire. I fell in love with Supporting Fire, and then, like, you know, I made it, like, I played it, like, 10 times.
That's nasty.
No, everyone's using Flame Breath last patch. Was it everyone? I know. Didn't Rabbit and Miso, not Rabbit, DM and Miso? But I don't know if it was like, was it super meta? I remember more people using Oil Barrage than I remember people using Flame Breath. Oop. Team said he knew it was going to be bait, but he couldn't not do it. Yeah, I remember DM and Miso both league starting the Flame Breath. I don't know who else league started it. It didn't look fantastic to me. The one that was OP last patch to me was Oil Barrage. Oil Barrage was like meta shit. Alright, Act 1 done. Yeah, it was Oil Barrage, Flame Breath was never meta in the least. Yeah, it was Oil Barrage, Flame Breath was never meta in the least. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between like popular and like there's a lot of different like meta popular type words that get thrown around. A lot of people might have been playing Flame Breath because of DM and Miso, but I definitely don't think it was meta. Oil Barrage though, because of Ricochet, like it was not working at all like it used to this match. I'm guessing it's a bug like Last Protagonist said yesterday. But before, Oil Barrage would literally like, it would one-shot group Uber Arbiter in half a second because of Ricochet just like caking the entire screen in a quarter second. And that was not happening this match.
You've done good.
Bye.
Fledgling beast is the
So I haven't done any shapeshift shenanigans. I've done a wolf build. I did the bleed wolf build, and then I've done multiple dragon builds. I've never made like a build guide for the dragon, but I've played multiple Ren builds in hardcore. I think my most played hardcore build last patch was me trying to make a Ren build work, and I just kept dying in Temple because Temple was. I didn't know about going in circles then, you know, the old circle tech. The old circle tech. Don't you know? Don't you know? I remember using this for a bit, and then what was the one I used after it? Wasn't there a level? I remember using a level 22. Where is it? There's no way I lost it. I remember using a level 22 talisman. Is this it? Yes, this is it. I used this talisman until interludes. I use this for fucking ever. So I'm so glad I still have it. Perfect. That talisman was beast. I used it for a long time until like level 44, I think. Do I still have the level 44 talisman someplace? Like level 44 or 48? Did this one? Yeah, it was this one. So I use... Okay, cool. So I got all the talismans I need. Cool. So we got our talismans. Sweet. I don't have a good body armor until the Black Braid. What happened to my Titan Rot? I know I had a Titan Rot. Do I still have the Titan Rot? Oh, I do still have Titan Rot. Any unique talisman upgraded via runesmithing at Rapagers at level 38, and Titan Rot is I know Titan Rot's good, and I have leveled a couple characters with Titan Rot before, but I'm like really high on Black Braid right now. On my Chronomancer, I use Black Braid, this specific Black Braid until level 89. And I've always been a big fan of Black Braid, but the Runeforged Black Braid is so good now. But I know Titan Rot is just as good. It just gives you so much PDR for the campaign during hardcore. They're both very good. I've already leveled twice with Black Braid, so I'll do Titan Rot this time. We'll mix it up to the Titan Rot. Okay, I need to go set up my lunch real quick, so give me a couple minutes, and then, yeah, I mean, we're going to keep playing. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I have some pizza.
Quickly. The Countess has escaped with the beast.
Well, sir, we have arrived.
What was the name of that skill? His vile intrusion. Am I about to become a his vile intrusion main? Sorry, Protag. I'm going to be coming for your staff. Coming for that staff, Protag. You are no longer the staff lord. I am now the staff queen.
Simple enough.
I give you failed rolls and vice versa. Oh, yeah, yeah. Symbiotic relationship. I like this. I like this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good call. Did you know you could 3-to-1 them, though? I'm sure you knew that. I found that out yesterday. I didn't know you could 3-to-1 uniques. Maybe you're the one who told me yesterday. Maybe you were the one that told me yesterday. It's crazy that you can 3-to-1 them. So you want to hold his staff? Oh, yeah. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna try and do the interlude evasion swap as well. See if we can pull off the interlude evasion swap. I really need to go at some point. I don't think, like, I'm already 4 hours into the stream, so I don't think it's gonna be possible to get to interludes in this stream. We'll see. At some point, I need to look up on POB how people build Flame Breath. And I gotta see, like, how I would even scale it on this end of the tree. I saw the bad life flask on.
This doesn't earn my passage. Nothing will.
So yeah, I might try. We're gonna do Flame Breath. I think if we get Flame Breath at level 52, which is interludes. So like when I do, maybe that's my goal for this stream. We'll see if I can get to interludes in this stream. I do have to go do errands and like, I don't know if we can get to interludes today actually. I do have shit I have to do. My goal will be to get as close to interludes today, because the interludes would be when I swap the Flame Breath, and that's when I would want to like pause, look at PO Ninja, and see how people even scale Flame Breath. Because my concern is, am I even going to be able to, like, if my tree is over here, right? Like this is the section my tree is going to be in. It's going to be this section to over here. Prioritizing the EV stuff over anything because we want to be defensive and hardcore. And then, can I scale Flame Breath with the stuff that's around here? Like, does just this generic catalyst, I always fucking hate that word, does Maiming Strike, like, does the normal attack damage stuff that scales some attack builds over here work well with Flame Breath? Is some of the ailment stuff gonna scale Flame Breath? You have, like, the ailment nodes here. Maybe we have to find a way where we path through wasting. I'm not sure. I know there's a bunch of Ignite stuff over here, but I don't think I want to play. If we play over here, we're playing armor. If we have to play Flame Breath armor, we might. but I don't think that would be good with the Culling Strike setup. We're basically forcing the EV, so... Can I make Flame Breath work over here while playing Culling Strike? That's the question I have to figure out, because I don't even know how it scales. How does it scale? Let's look. Let me read Flame Breath while I eat my pizza. So it doesn't have melee, and it doesn't have projectiles. So our amulet is very limited in how we can scale its gem level. We could get like a fire skills amulet, but man. But that frees up our amulet slot. I don't know if it's likely I can get like an Eternal Rage amulet in the Timmy League, but like I wouldn't need to force an Eternal Rage amulet with any skills on it, so it might be cheaper if one exists. Yeah, I don't think I would use Fire Flower in hardcore. So this makes the amulet easier to itemize around. I can just get like a Giga maximum life, maximum percentage increase evasion, spirit, and resistances on it and shit. Like it makes it to where I don't have to get a good amulet, which is nice. I'll have to look into what amulet options might be a fun unique amulet I could use. Maybe like the Divinity amulet. Shapeshift, Werven, AoE, Sustained, Fire, Duration, Channeling, and Detonator. Sounds like I'd mostly be scaling it off of attack area. There's attack area nodes in my area that I could use. Attack stuff. There's not much fire stuff near me, I'm pretty sure. All the ignite stuff, like there's some ignite stuff right here. I don't know if either of these nodes are beneficial. I don't know if I just don't see me pathing. Maybe there's a world where we're using the 120 weapon set passives to like really spread thin to get a bunch of ignite stuff for one tree while still playing the Eevee stuff. But I don't know how fire penetration and shit works with this skill yet to know if these nodes are even useful. The fire pen stuff near the grenade stuff at the bottom of the tree. Does fire pen work with this skill? I'm assuming it does, but you never know. With ignite skills, sometimes ignite's really weird. There's crystallized immunity on trees. Well, it's not about, like, I know, like, I will be running Crystallized Immunity either way. I had Crystallized Immunity on my last guy that died. So I'm not worried about the reflecting of Ignite. It's just, like, what I meant by I would want to get an amulet for defenses is, like, a rare amulet would just come with, like, maximum life, percent increased evasion. Like, that's what I meant by defenses. I wasn't worried about it being negative towards my defenses. I was more worried about getting an amulet that just made me tankier. But Fireflower, if the damage is struggling and my defenses are good, Fireflower is actually not a bad idea, so I will consider it. Shapeshift into a Werven and take to the skies, immolating enemies with a jet of fire. Channeling ends after a short amount of time, but it can be prolonged by spending rage. Consumes a power charge if possible to empower the skill. Empowering it will be easy. Converts physical to fire. Ignites from a single use to... Oh, right, I forgot I did that compounding ignite thing. That's why Miso was so hyped about it. Oh. Eternal Rage is useless here. Cannot gain rage while using this skill. So yeah, I don't need Eternal Rage at all. We'd just be doing the bear roar shit. Oh, cool. So the quality is actually kind of nice. Yeah, I mean, when we get to the point where we're using it, I'm not gonna be using Flame Breath on stream today. So by the time I'm at the point of using it, I'll have like looked at what support gems people are using on Poe Ninja and stuff to get an idea of what to put into it. I just needed to do something while I was eating, and this seemed like the smartest thing to do. Prolonged charge does make sense though, or perpetual charge rather. How annoying is the cooldown? Is 10 seconds really bad for bossing? Like, if I don't kill a boss in a single breath, am I just, like, running around for 10 seconds with a thumb up my ass? This might be a build where we actually use the 124 weapon set passes from Witch Hunter. What are the problematic jewels? We're gonna be spread so thin. Give me a second. Like, I need to look at my old ninja. I don't remember all the points that I had, and I'm trying to get all the important points mapped out first. This point here. Okay, so this would potentially be the core tree. Let me see. Maybe this is the core tree, and then the rest would all be weapon set passives. So weapon set 1 would be the Flame Breath, so it would scoop, potentially ignite stuff here and here, attack damage or magnitude stuff here, ailment, attack damage stuff here, and then weapon set 1 would take movement speed. I think this might work. I think I can use the Witch Hunter's extra weapon set passives. If this is the core... So I need a core tree. You should make a build where you spell your name out. Ryan, I'm gonna ban you for some of the stupid things you say. So the main tree, right? Here are the things you have to take into account when you're using the weapon set passives for Witch Hunter. One of the reasons why Witch Hunter is my favorite ascendancy is Weapon Master. It essentially makes every single passive you have a weapon set passive. You can set the entire tree to set 1 or set 2. In reality, it's not as cool as it sounds because of how jewels work and how keystones work. You can't have a jewel socket be a weapon set passive. So while, in theory, it would be cool to have, like, 64 passes over here, and then 64 passes over here, you can never really do that because of jewel nodes. So, if you're ever playing with the Witch Hunter weapon set passive, the first thing I like to do is figure out what my core tree is. And what my core tree needs is, it gets me to everywhere I need to go that I can branch off of for both builds, and I have to take into account the jewel nodes I'm pathing through. So if at one point I want to go way up here for anything up here, I'm going to have to path through this jewel node, and that would require me to make all of these nodes here main set passives. So that is the planning I'm doing right now, is figuring out what my core tree is, and then so I lay down the blanket around the jewels, and then from there it's step 2, what is the passives that you want into both weapon sets? And that's going to be defensive stuff usually, or mobility stuff. So right now is every defensive node that I would want into both trees. And from here I still have 40, if you include the +1 weapon skill from Blaze giving us eventually, we're a little over 40 something passives left to spend. I think like 42. That's if you hit 100. So let's just assume we're going to be playing at 95, right? So I'm getting like 35 extra passives. You get 24 weapon set passives. So these are the questions you have to be asking yourself, like, if you're only gaining 11 extra weapon set passes out of it, is it worth it to use the Weapon Master, right? So you have to, once you have this base tree down, how much of it's going to be different between the two? And when I look at this is enough wiggle room to make it worth using Weapon Master. What I would be giving up is Decimating Strike or Zealous Inquisition. And Decimating Strike's really nice. So is Zealous Inquisition. So what you're weighing is those extra 11 to 12 extra weapon set passives. Are they enabling those two sets more than Decimating Strike or Zealous Inquisition would? And I don't know that right now. I have to see what kind of damage I will be getting from the extra Ignite nodes I'm getting, or the extra Ailment nodes I'm getting for playing in the single target setup. If it doesn't feel like those extra 11 to 12 passives for the single target setup isn't leading to more damage for the bossing, I'd probably just add Decimating Strike at that point. And we would play a little bit looser of a tree. This is riding the line in terms of passive amount, where we're spread almost a little too thin for Weapon Master to be worth it. It could be, though. It's like right on that line. It just depends on if those extra 11 to 12 passes we're getting into each weapon set. It doesn't matter much for the Culling Strike threshold set, we're not actually going to be getting much value out of the Culling Threshold set at all from the extra passives. What's going to matter is, do the extra 12, 13 passes, whatever it is, make Flame Breath's DPS better for single target? Or does it get us enough quality of life via cooldown recovery? We have all these cooldown recovery nodes right here. So maybe if this is being spread too thin coming way up here, maybe we stay down here and we maximize cooldown recovery, all these cooldown recovery nodes for the Flame Breath. So that's where my head's at right now. I'm just trying to like give you guys an idea of how I'm planning ahead with this. Is I am hoping that we can get a lot of value out of Weapon Master and really transform the build with it. And if not, we'll figure it out. But that's my current plan right now, is potentially using Weapon Master to min-max stuff like cooldown recovery and area of effect with attacks and stuff like that to make the Flame Breath as good as possible. That is the direction we're heading in. This core tree will make both setups tanky enough to live, and then from there, it's just, do we get enough out of Weapon Master or not? 6 days of Miso hardcore solo stuff on no rip clips. I mean, Miso is a very self-conscious individual. He can't handle the abuse of you guys making fun of him when he dies. Miso is also a massive pussy. So he only plays safe meta builds in hardcore. So you know. So you know. What are you gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do? Because what I'm thinking is, like, these nodes could also be really good for the Flame Breath, potentially. I'm not sure. So, like, the weapon set passes could be really good. It's possible, if I don't branch up this way at all, let's just say I cut these points. This is a lot more freedom with weapon set passives. So, like, hopefully, we can scale Flame Breath's damage without having to come up here for all this Ignite bullshit and, like, ailment bullshit down here. If we're playing with this much weapon set passives, this is what, 70 weapon set passives we can play with? Depending on our level, 65 to 70. You're really going to diversify the two weapon setups there. To where, like, it would have, like, all of these nodes here, like... So maybe that's the play instead, and it just depends on how important pathing is up here. I don't know how good Fulmination is for the build. But maybe we can just scale completely off of, like, this 2 damage here, all of these ailment nodes here, wasting, fast-acting toxins, deterioration. I don't know. I think we'll be able to figure it out. Cool. We have a plan. We have a plan, boys. Asala! What up, girl? Just never take any ignites or reflected on you. I've killed my level 98 hardcore character that way. Isn't the only ignite reflected at you up here? An Infernalis? Yeah, I'm not coming up there. We good on that one. Micho catching strays? Listen.
What would I do in here?
Miso thinks he's better than me and Rabbit. Because he hasn't died yet in the Timmy League. You can see it in his eyes. Okay, I'm actually getting really hyped about doing the flame breath setup. And we're not gonna rush this time. Like, I was grinding that all last night off a stream. Like, I ended stream, I think at, like... Did I even finish interludes on stream yesterday? I don't even think I did a single map on stream yesterday. And then I started the stream today at level 89. So I was, like, fucking sprinting on that character. I'm definitely gonna, like, spend, like... at one point, when I saw my effective HP was, like, 80k... I was like level 70, I think, and I went straight into tier 14 white maps. Just to boost myself as high as I could. That's how tanky the character was, and... yeah, I was definitely rushing. Where are these songs from? It's from StarCraft. It's a StarCraft remix. Look at all these armor scraps. Let's go. Dude, is this the new meta? Do we farm the campaign for armor scraps, boys? Guys, everyone start leveling new characters. This is how you print divines. Bros, get in the campaign. Get in here. The mine farm is the future, boys. 300 div per hour. Farming Act 2. I mean, I didn't know that was real, but the moment he said it, I believed it being real because of all the characters I've leveled. Yes, there has always been a significant drop rate increase of those here. So while I've never, like, consciously, like, thought the, like, you know, that they drop more, the moment it's said, it's like, yes, they absolutely just have an increased drop rate here. Like, whetstones too, I assume, because whetstones drop like crazy here too. Wait, I'm pathing wrong. When I was leveling the character yesterday, I leveled my normal two-handed route. I'm doing my endgame route right now, my EV endgame route. Do I have plenty of gold? I do have plenty of gold.
Should have stayed dead.
Speaking of the mines, are we gonna get Delve in 1.0?
Day's work.
Would be nice. Oh yeah, I want to refund the passives.
Don't know what I was thinking.
Alright, 2 levels Titan Rot, 6 levels Ami. Make sure I keep dumping all my leveling gear because I gotta level it again. Keep those on. Scoop the new 22 talisman. This bad boy carried for so long last time. Get these rings.
Here for a story? All right. Your own personal oasis.
Oh, I didn't realize I had a good flask. I'm stupid.
Stay inside.
So, let us fight to the last.
I have movement in the dark. Lots of movement.
Beast!
Damn.
What's with all the
Just realized I lost all my relics.
paper in
I think I got more though. I think I got a bunch of unidentified ones too.
Boy, gotta be something valuable behind those doors.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself. Face me. Daria, this
See ya, Babala.
Yes, of course. Let's see what's inside.
I love Rend. I'm generally a melee main. I know this patch specifically, especially if you're like one of my new followers. Like half of my builds have just been like crazy like AoE scaling or range builds, but I mostly play melee builds. And I think Rend is like of the basic attacks, like just doing like an attack strike type build. Rend is one of my favorites, if not my favorite. Rend is just so satisfying. Which you can, funny enough, AoE scale to be full screen. But in terms of just like the satisfying melee attacks, Rend is a very fun melee archetype right now. I always have a good time playing Rend. Alright, we got Titan Rod on now. You get armor applies to LE nodes now. It's gonna be a bit before we get that, but Sorcery Ward will take up our elemental defense for a while. We'll only need to worry about chaos damage until we get our final ascendancy. I forgot to put down War Banner. You received the death you deserved! And I...
We shall finish this. I can't just leave, can he?
Oh, he did.
Quickly! He conjures the very sands against us!
Alright, I forgot to put my webcam back on. I just kind of started playing again. I forgot to put my dishes away after eating too. I need to AFK real quick, and then I will be back to playing. Put the leveling gear back. Alright. Let's go send, boys. I still don't have any support gems in my skills. should have saved one, but I can just buy another one. Might need to get more support gems too. Don't know how many I have left over right now. Yeah, not many. Save most of these gems for future skills. We're fine. The skills don't really need much gen support. Level 22, so we're gonna be doing it with our worst
Yes.
thing. That's fine.
Well,
All right, let's go to. Did I not talk to somebody? Oh yeah, Zarka.
It's do not wander.
Do not wander. Alright, Witch Hunter time, boys. How do you feel about Wolf this patch? I have not played any Wolf this patch. In general, I did not really like the Wolf playstyle. I'm sure some people like how heavy combo oriented it is, but I did not enjoy it. I also did not like that it was very heavily pigeonholed into playing ice. I did make a bleed version of the werewolf, but I have a lot of issues with how it's set up in like terms of how it's played a little bit. Hey, what's up, Tony? I have no idea how it performs this patch, though. I have not played it this patch.
This better be worth it.
Here goes nothing.
Horrid insect.
I mean, Wolf is probably like a very solid build to play. I'm sure there are really good Wolf builds out there right now. Like, it was never bad before. You know, Wolf's good. And I agree with, I assume as well, martial artists would be overpowered for it, because martial artists is just overpowered. Follow your heart, man. If you want to play a Wolf on a martial artist, fucking send it, dog. Sounds good to me.
Well, that's one down.
We carve our own paths here. Leveling same build? No, this time we're going to use Flame Breath instead of Oil Barrage. So it's slightly different. But yeah, same build. Same build. I am in love with the archetype. Like, I've been saying how, like... I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of my Culling Strike builds before, Folk, but I've already loved the Culling Strike archetype, and I feel like I could fit this staff's playstyle into many Culling Strike builds into the future, so... Like, I'm thinking about League starting that staff in 1.0. So, like, you might see me play my next 5 characters playing variations of this playstyle. Just in terms of, like, because I have nothing else I really want to do but learn right now. And I am considering making it, you know, one of my go-to archetypes. So I want to get it good with it. Hopefully this character just doesn't die, though. Hopefully, like, hopefully that death was me removing my head out of my ass moment. Are you done, folk? Or are you calling it quits? Or are you gonna go again? Yeah, I've been skipping Benedictus ever since Blaze told me that. Or, he didn't tell me that. He was just talking about it in the stream, but... Benedictus is apparently one of the most rippy bosses. Like, I feel like anytime I see 07s, like, half of it is because of Benedictus in Global right now. Might be done now, we'll see. It really just depends on when we get announcements, to be honest. Like, part of me wants to go maybe back to softcore in a little bit. Not like a little bit, probably in a couple weeks. To, like, mess around with an Abyssal Lich build. But... I need GGG to announce 055. It's 055 soon. I'm just gonna ride Timmy League out forever until 055. My homebrew LS was kind of last. I mean, dude, look at my homebrewed shield charge character, right? Like, that's the risk you... Rabbit once joked on the podcast that he called me Bait Torak, and he said 50% of the time my builds suck ass. It's more like 80% of the time. Like, when you, like, try new stuff and you're, like, doing weird stuff, especially in a softcore setting, more often than not, you're gonna end up in a, you know, not ideal scenario. But especially when you're, like, randomly picking a skill without, like, having, you know, like that, like, that's just gonna happen every once in a while. And actually it's going to happen pretty often, but as long as you had fun doing it, you know. But yeah, that happens. A lot of my home brews end up being ass like that. As fun as that shield charge character was, and as far as I pushed it, we can all agree it was ass, right? I did my best to clean up that stinky turd, but it was ass nonetheless. Bait Torak, Peppo giggles. No! No! I don't want to be one of the bait guys. It's too late. I already am one of the bait guys. Yeah, no honor loss. Eee. We back, boys. We witch hunting. We witch hunting. Damn. Even with the sorcery, well, that's so crazy. Titan Rot's stupid. Even with the reduced armor reduction, I'm still sitting at 88% PDR in the campaign with 3,000 armor and a fucking 900 Sork Ward. Titan Rot's stupid. The Runeforged armor makes it 2k armor too. Nice. Yeah, I've only been playing with Black Braid. I fucking love Black Braid. I have not. I've leveled with Titan Rod and other patches, but I have not ever seen what it was Runeforged. For some reason, I thought it would have just given it a bunch of ward and not increased its armor by a bunch. That's crazy. You could probably use Titan Rot until maps, really, if it gets that much more armor with ward. I'm assuming it gets ward too, right? When you Runeforge it, or no? Or does it just increase its armor? Nah, just armor, gotcha. That would be OP if it gave it ward too. Where's old girl? One more level and we get the really good talisman.
Doesn't bloody cave in.
Glorious tits, this thing's gotta be worth a fortune.
All in a day's work.
Gold and juice. I'm coming back for you later.
I love Sorc Wars so much. I hope GGG keeps up the tradition of buffing sorcery ward every patch. Well, they do nerf it sometimes, but they should go back to buffing it only. Let's make Sorcery Ward the future of all defensive layers. I've always wanted to do a, well, not always wanted to do, but as of lately, this patch, I've been wanting to do a Skin of the Loyal Sorcery Ward build. I did one on softcore, but I didn't really have a big budget when I did it. I had the Sorcery Ward to 11k, but I want to see what I could do with a Sorcery Ward with, like, an absurd budget. Like, if I had, like, you know, Adorn with perfect jewels, the boosting defenses. So I did a Skin of the Loyal Curse Witch Hunter. That was kind of fun.
I'll break ya.
He was super tanky. I think it was like I think I hit 11k on Sorkboard, but it was like a really weird build that had a lot going on, so it wasn't like super min-maxed. And I want to see what like I want to do a Skin of the Loyal build one day on Softcore Trade where it's just giga min-max with Adorn and just maxing the resistances as much as possible. You have 11k Sorkboard right now on THC? Bro. The hell? I want an 11k Sorkboard. I'm getting fucking size shamed right now. I was born this way, brother.
My king nears.
Doesn't matter how big your Sorkboard is? No, it does matter. They always say that, but it does matter. I want a big, thick, meaty sorcery ward, dude. It's not fair.
Let's take care not to spill this.
Oh, you're playing Decree of Acuity? Yeah. Decree's really cool. I've wanted to do a Decree build. Yeah, I can't do Decree with... Well... There might be a world where I could actually drop Myris Uxor and only played with Horror's Flight for a lot of the culling stuff, but it would be hard to play with only Horror's Flight. I've always wanted to play Decree. Decree looked really cool. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not surprised your source core. Like I was, damn, like how did he get his that big? That sounds crazy. Yeah, Decree is awesome. That's cool. I've wanted to do a Decree build. I don't know if you could ditch Myris Uxor. I've never tried. If you had like all of the Culling Strike stuff, and then you had like the Time Lost here. That's boosting these culling nodes. And the Heart of the Well. Maybe you could ditch Myris Uxor for most of mapping and then run Decree. There is a world where I think you might get... And if the GGG adds any other Culling Strike methods to like any other Culling Strike percentage increases, you definitely could ditch Myris Uxor at some point. Maybe you could ditch Myris Uxor. Maybe that's like the final evolution of the build. Is like once you reach like, you know, 200, like once you're able to reach this threshold easily, you can ditch Myris Uxor for Decree, and then you're just like unkillable. That would be really cool. I think you could do that. It would just require everything on Culling Strike possible. So you would have to have the Culling Strike support gem and the skill for sure. You would need the Heart of the Well. You would definitely need all the passives. You would probably want the Time Lost boosting this node too. With the increased effect of notable and small passives. So you can get this Culling threshold a little bit higher. And then if GGG ever added any other Culling threshold percentage increases, like to a rune or elsewhere on the tree or jewels, it would make it much even without them adding stuff. I think you could actually, because normally in Culling Strike builds, I'm wanting to like almost instant cull rares too. So like every time I play a Culling Strike build, I super lean into Culling Strike, but with this one, you really only need the Culling Strike high enough for white and magic enemies. That's all you want. So like whatever that threshold percentage is, that's where you want to hit with Horus Flight stacks. And then if you can sustain that percentage without Myris Luxor, you can ditch Myris Luxor. I'd have to do some testing, but whether it's Decree of Flight being added in or any other helmet, Myris might be droppable with this setup. Normally how I play Culling Strike, I just love like just juicing it to like at the maximum, but that's not necessary, and yeah, I think we'll see. We'll have to see.
Do not wander.
I think Myris might be droppable though at some point. I'm gonna try. Because even if it's not Decree you add, like just from a softcore perspective, where like even with like a 6 to 7k sorcerer, that's more than good enough for me in softcore usually. But like it will allow you to add like other helmets too. Like maybe if you wanted to add Constricting Command or something, or anything really. So I'm gonna have to actually experiment with that now.
Easy.
Before 1.0. And I can have all that mapped out in a guide by launch. You have time loss that has the max out boost of small notables around the culling threshold. That's 49% the cull.
Always some sort of ritual going on.
Yeah, but then you can get 25% as well from Heart of the Well, I think. Too, which helps. And then you can get, I think it's 25% from the support gem. The support gem's 25%. Those areas are 49% with a good time loss. You get 25% or 20% from Hunting Companion, which is a cheap anoint to get. Most people should have that by the end, like within a few days. This is only versus rares and uniques, so we actually don't care about Cold Holders with how we're currently playing. And then the Heart of the Well is 25. But with the support gem, Heart of the Well boosting this area and then this notable, that's makes up for the loss of the helmet. Does the helmet plus Horus Flight alone make you cull magic enemies, or do you need more than that? I forget what percentage you need from magic enemies. That's the cull threshold I need to hit, is magic enemies. I won't care about, like, I just want to hit the minimum to cull magic. Also, here's the best thing. Oh my god, I just realized this, you guys. I have amazing news. I have amazing news. So, if you've never played a Culling Strike build, Expedition hard counters Culling Strike because ward enemies are immune to Culling Strike. Oh, I forgot I can put them on level 22 one now. So by league starting a Culling Strike build, I can just never... I have an excuse to never do Expedition. It's win-win. I can just stay out of that shitty mechanic by league starting Culling Strike. It's fucking awesome. Culling Strike's the future, boys. Amazing news, I know. I don't have to do Expedition ever again. It's the best news we've gotten all day. All week. Even this month, probably. Exhibition hater Sag cry. I do think it's complete bullshit that... Like, am I wrong? Should Ward just hard counter? Like, I think it's stupid that Ward just hard counters Culling Strike. It straight up, like, makes Culling Strike do nothing. I think that's just bad design. So, like, as I'm memeing right now, I don't think it should work that way. Like, I think Expedition should not just be like, enemy has ward, it can't be cold. And then your entire clear is just completely negated. That's like saying, like, heralds don't work on these enemies. Like, but worse, because you have to actually build into Culling Strike.
One down. Who's next?
So while I am memeing a bit, as long as I'm playing Culling Strike, I'm not ever going to be able to, you know, really do Expedition well, because when you do juiced, you know, Grand Expeditions, at some point they're going to get ward on them if you're trying to min-max. Like, it's too hard to avoid. So, it just feels functionally bad. That's probably an oversight, no. Like, that's what it felt like to me when I first interacted with it. So, if I'm being serious, I hope that it eventually just gets changed to where Culling Strike works on Expedition enemies, or they rework it, like, to where the threshold percentages is nerfed or something. Threshold resistance instead of just complete immunity. Because with enemies with ward, to cull them, you have to kill all of their life, and then you have to kill all of their ward. And then they get culled. Which means you just effectively, you know, just did all of their life in DPS. Which is like not the point of Culling Strike, you know. So it just feels unfortunate. Maybe I should make a video talking about that. I don't know how many people have addressed the fact that Culling Strike is just absolutely balls in Expedition. I don't know if that was intended by GGG. I know that it's pretty common in PoE 1 for, like, if you're playing an archetype, right? Like, archetypes usually specialize, right? There's very few builds that can do everything, all content easily. There are plenty of builds that just, like, they can't do these things and they can only do these things, right? And if that's the case, you know, if GGG is wanting there to be these things where, like, yeah, it's okay, Culling Strike just can't do Expedition, that's fine. It feels a little bit weird, though, to me, how they executed on that.
I walked into this one.
It should cull based off life, right? Correct. It's based off of their life percentage. But as long as they have ward... I just died to this guy, by the way. This is the guy that took me out. Revenge! Revenge! We avenged myself. Oh, wow.
It's time to take this trophy and run.
Well, it's not unintended. It's not unintended, folk. Because if you read... It's actually intended by GGG. Let me see if I can find it. It literally says monsters can also have runic ward. While a monster has runic ward, it cannot be culled. This was intended. They intentionally designed this, and they specifically wrote out a line of text that explains that it works this way. Like, they designed it to work that way, but when you're actually playing with it, it feels fucking awful. But if you actually read the Runic Ward tooltip right here, it just straight up says, yeah, it's intentionally bad design. Like, it's intentionally bad design. It's not a bug. It's not a oversight. They designed it this way. But I just, like, I don't think anyone in the community, like, I mean, sure, there probably has been people who have bitched about it, but, like, I don't think GGG realized how awful it would be. Like, it's made worse because Expedition is the main mechanic, and it's in every map. But even then, it's kind of lame that, like, if I play a Culling build later, I can never go to the south and do Grand Expeditions. This seems wrong to me. This line right here, it cannot be cold, seems wrong. It should say something like, have culling resistance, where they have like 33% culling resistance or something. It cannot be cold seems like silly to me. Seems silly to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just normal design for GGG, for like league mechanics to occasionally just be like, you cannot play with this build. But that just seems a little ham-handed to be like, you cannot be cold. It's like, you cannot be damaged with spells. It's like an entire archetype is completely Hadoukened on. I know that culling is not near as big an archetype as spells, but I hope you got the point I was making. 26 for those. So what do you do if you get the 10 divine? That's what I'm saying, folk. Like, I've made a video about it once. On my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter this patch, I talked about it in the intro, and someone in the comments was like, you just ignore the runes that have the ward on them, dude. And my response was, what if it's the 10 divine one? Am I just supposed to not do it? Like, that's stupid. That's just bad design. Or maybe that's just what GGG intends, but to me it feels not fun. As someone who's playing that build. Like, it's just straight up like, your build can't do this. And if that rune shows up ever, I don't know what rune it is. Is there a rune that just says monsters have runic ward? I'm not sure which rune it is. But there's a rune that gives them ward, and if it's there, Culling Strike build has to have a way to kill those enemies without being able to cull them. And oftentimes, with your average Culling Strike build at least, they don't have a way to do that because their clear is fully dependent on instantly culling stuff by breathing on them. A lot of Culling Strike builds will just do something that has good coverage with low DPS, that's just instant touching stuff and culling them. I think this was probably created to prevent a potential negative interaction where a player dies unexpectedly while having ward, but applying it to monsters fucks with our cull now because of it? Potentially, I have no idea. That's something that, like, I would genuinely want to ask a developer directly. Like, if I ever had an opportunity to interview Mark or Jonathan or any developer on the podcast, that would be one of the questions I would ask them, is why, what is the thought process behind that? Why did it get set up that way? Yes, Runic Ward can be everywhere. There is a remnant. Doesn't have to be Grand Expedition. Yeah. Monsters cannot cull. I don't think monsters can cull, but I have no idea. That's like, oh, I'm wondering why it's like, it's so intentional with the wording that GGG designed it to where, like, I think it's just someone who was like, I don't think someone really thought this through when they did it. They were just like, how can we make Runic Ward apply to monsters? And then someone was like, what if they can't be cold? And the other person was like, yeah, that sounds interesting. What if Runic Ward monsters can't be cold? Let's test it. Like, that is the extent of this conversation. Like, I can't imagine any thought went into it. And I'm not memeing. Like, there couldn't be any other thought that went into this besides that. It was just like, how do we apply Runic Ward to monsters? And what does Runic Ward on monsters do for them? And then someone was just like, well, they can't be cold. That's how that happened. Guarantee it. Because there's no logic to that otherwise. There wasn't like an actual design meeting that was like thought out about that being designed that way. Unless, to be clear, unless this is how this system works in PoE 1. Unless this is how it's like, if this is a copy-paste effect, I don't know if Runic Ward exists in PoE 1 or anything like this. If this is how the mechanic exists in PoE 1, then that would make sense, why this is set up this way. I don't know if, I don't know. I don't know how it works in PoE 1. If it works like this in PoE 1, that is why it works like this in PoE 2.
Is this a graveyard
Yes, exactly. It's very much just like an afterthought decision. Because someone was like, we need to do something for minions or with monsters with Runic Ward. And then someone was just randomly thinking, and then they couldn't think of anything good. And they were just like, you know what? Why not we try a Culling Strike?
One down. Who's next?
I might make a note real quick. I'm going to make a video talking about it. It won't be a super long video. Probably just be like a 6-minute video where I just give my thoughts on it. But I do want to have it I just want to at least get one video out there. I doubt GG sees it this late into the league, but I want to at least get the discussion point out there because maybe someone else has a better reasoning or logic as to why it was set up this way, or maybe someone can find a devil's advocate point in the comments. Ward doesn't work the same fundamentally in PoE 1? Gotcha. Oh, it's basically... Oh, okay. Interesting. Does Ward have that culling tag in PoE 1, though, even though it sits on top? Because that cull thing makes sense. That cull thing makes sense if Ward is on top of life. So if Ward is on top of life in PoE 1... then it makes sense to have, like, that's less punishing in that sense if they're immune to Culling Strike while they have Ward. Because then you just have to break that Ward energy shield on top of their life, and then they'll be cold. So if that is a holdover from PoE 1, like, if Ward, like, even though it fundamentally works the same, if that tag is on the PoE 1 tag, that makes sense for PoE 1. They might have just copy-pasted it over to PoE 2 without thinking about it then. Because that would make sense in PoE 1. If mobs had Ward on top of life, and they are immune to Cull then, that's balanced. So maybe it's just they copy-pasted it over from PoE 1, and no one really cared about the Ward threshold thing before because it wasn't that... It didn't make a big deal. Difference. It wasn't that, you know... You just get rid of that little bit of life. Like, that's... I could do that with most Culling Strikes builds. No, I'm not seeing anything about Culling Strike on the PoE 1 wiki for Ward. Oh no, then. I can't think of any logical reason why they would set it up this way in PoE 1. I almost gave them an out, but I'm not seeing it set up that way in PoE 1. So, that would have been the only thing that makes sense, is if in PoE 1, like, because that would, if Ward was before life, that's fine. But that's not the case. Yeah, I don't know why they set it up that way. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. That's the only way I can think it makes, like, that's the only thing I can... I don't... It's possible that people that GGG completely forgot that like, Ward on the monsters made them immune to Culling Strike, and I have no idea, though. Like, I have no idea how it works in PoE 1. That's the only way that would make sense to me. But I'm guessing,
Would you look at that?
I'm not sure. At this point, GGG's probably got a lot of cooks in that kitchen. There are a lot of, like, micro-development decisions that are probably made by people. Like, that could have been something that was just, like, thrown out that by somebody that no one really had thought about. But, you know, maybe they did put a lot of thought into it. Maybe they are wanting to start introducing more of these things that are just hard counter mechanics. It just felt really bad this patch when Expedition's in every map. When I was playing early on, when I was wanting to do Expedition. But at this point, I don't care if I don't do Expedition. So we good. Did I mention I don't like Expedition? Can't go too long without mentioning it.
That's one down. Bag of bones.
I wonder how many Expedition lovers I've lost as fans over the last few weeks. I've been relentless. While all of you guys are laughing, making 100 divines per hour.
Oh, shy.
I think it's funny that Expedition can create unkillable super monsters, but I don't think it's fun. Honestly, what started my like, now that I've, like, it's been a long patch. What honestly started my hatred of Expedition was that me playing my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter and running into the Culling Strike threshold problem. Like, that's what started my, like, hate of Expedition. I've always never really liked Expedition or logbooks because I don't like reading. But when I first played my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, and I was just like, oh, I can't play Expedition at all. That's where the real hatred started. It was just like, this is so unfun. I literally cannot do a mechanic that's in every map, and I need to go do... Like, it's not just... The worst thing about Expedition is, it's got permanent buffs behind it. If I'm playing a Culling Strike character, and I want that % increased spirit, the max life, like... GGD also gated permanent buffs behind it. So when I was, like, wanting to try hard my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, it was like, I can't go get those buffs. And doing those 10 remnant things, we're almost guaranteed to have ward. So, like, even if I somehow found one, I wasn't going to be able to do it. Permanent buffs need to go? I mean...
It is done.
I like the idea of permanent buffs. I think the campaign has lots of permanent buffs, right? It makes sense to me for endgame to have permanent buffs, but the execution of those permanent buffs was the single dumbest way to introduce permanent buffs ever. I cannot believe they made it that rare and made it a choice between 4 other buffs, but also a choice between a 500 divine item. They're fucking wild for that. They are absolutely wild for that.
These Maracata give us Kato a run for his money.
I mean, I love challenging content. I love Delve. Delve is my favorite PoE1 League mechanic, and Delve gets fucking hard. And I like Temple. I didn't like setting up Temple, but I like doing Temples when they were juiced and hard. I like challenging content too. It's just something about Expedition. There's like just too many bad. Like, I played a lot of Leech builds in 0-1 and 0-2, and if you've played Expedition, especially logbooks, there are remnants that are you can no longer leech and shit like that. So you like Expedition is just like it had too many moments where it was just like, man, my entire build is kind of fucked and I can't get this part. So I've always had like build friction with Expedition, where it wasn't like challenging content, it was like this one thing is saying fuck you in your whole setup. And it's happening again with Culling Strike. I honestly, like, don't mind the reading. It's not too much. It's just... I've always ran into just these random bullshit things where it's like, especially with Thorns, right? Thorns was so dependent on Leech. So it made doing good logbooks hard. Well, specifically, I didn't mind ignoring Expedition in previous patches, Ruzy, but this patch specifically, Expedition has permanent buffs behind it. Like, I don't mind skipping a mechanic if, like, what's behind it is divines per hour. I'm not a divine per hour player. I'm a character player. I want my character to be good and fun. And I don't care about... And, like, I think it's whack that there's permanent buffs behind Expedition. That hard of content in Expedition and that much RNG. That's where most of my frustration honestly comes with Expedition right now. It's like farming for those buffs was like the most miserable experience I've had in this game. And I never got one. I never even got one. But I agree, I don't mind not being able to do a mechanic with every build. But I think that should just be due to, like, whether, like, your build doesn't do good with clear, right? It should never be, this mechanic has immunity to this tag. Like, that's bad design. When a mechanic says it's immune to Culling Strike, that's bad design. If your build, like, just is not tanky enough or doesn't have enough DPS, like, sure, those should be gated, but I find it weird that it can, like, if any mechanic was just, like, it's straight up immune to chaos damage, and there's no way around it, and any chaos build ever couldn't do that League mechanic, like, does that make any sense? I don't think anyone would ever justify an entire mechanic having a modifier could that just be like, there's no way around this chaos immunity when it happens. And any chaos build is just not going to be able to fully enjoy that mechanic. That doesn't make, like, that entire chaos archetype, the entire chaos archetype, not just a few builds, but the entire chaos, like, that's where I think it's a little bit wrong. Because a Culling Strike build is more than just, you know, the build I am playing or builds I'm playing. There are a lot of mechanics and archetypes that use Culling Strike as a part of, like, just their engines and stuff sometimes. So it just seems really awkward to be just full-on immunity. But I do agree with just the fundamental statement that not every build should be able to do all content. That's what the meta builds exist for. Meta builds are, by that definition, supposed to be doing all content very well, right? But with the way the Runic Ward one's set up, you can't even do easy expedition content when the ward has immune to Culling Strike, you know? It just, like, you could be doing yellow maps and just, like, suddenly your build is just like, huh? Why is my build brick suddenly in this expedition, in this map? I'm in a yellow map and I've been one-shotting everything, but suddenly... I think it should be Culling Strike resistance. Just resistance, you know? It, like, nerfs your culling threshold by 50% or something. And that way it's still kind of like fuck Culling Strike, but at least you can play around it in a sense. But I could be wrong. Maybe the game is just better and more diverse with those kind of things in the game. Again, it feels extra bad this patch because Expedition is the main league mechanic in every map. So if it was any other patch, literally any other patch, I probably wouldn't be upset even with the permanent buffs thing. But the fact that every map has Expedition just makes it feel, you know, a little bit worse. So that just made it feel a little bit worse. You know? I'm sure in future patches, even if that thing still exists, it's way more manageable. But, like, if you're talking about, like, and especially since I play Trade League often, right? I can always just trade for Expedition stuff. But if you were to ever play solo self-found Culling Strike build, you would just never be able to get Expedition stuff. That sounds weird to me. Never understood why they have full counter mechanics for builds. Yeah, full counter does not make sense to me personally. But I don't know enough of how they've developed PoE 1 to be able to, like, say why they develop things this way. You know, maybe they weren't developing it this way for a while, and then they felt that the meta was better with these things. I'm not sure. Part of the reason why I would love to be able to ask them a question like that on the podcast one day. Rabbit's going to Gamescom, and I convinced Rabbit to sell his butthole to the GGG devs while he's there, and he's going to try and get us a developer interview. So, Rabbit's taking one for the team. Hopefully he gets us a developer interview. Okay, though, I've sent them like 30 emails. At some point, they'll say yes. Yeah, so like, here's an... Okay, so actually, I can give an example of a situation that I had a problem with GGG making a hard counter to mechanics. Delirium. Delirium, I used to have a big problem with Delirium because of the no corpses thing. That used to piss me the fuck off. If you were doing a build that required on corpses for clear or for your damage, you couldn't do Simulacrum and you couldn't do Delirium. But in this patch, if you've noticed, they've added Delirium mobs that leave corpses. Not all Delirium mobs leave corpses, so you're not getting all of your corpses, but they've added some with corpses. So they did at one point have Delirium just being like, fuck anything that interacts with corpses, and then they leaned back on that a little bit by adding some mobs with corpses. So hopefully, if that's how they're going to adjust this Culling Strike thing with Expedition, where they kind of pull back. But I used to, like, anytime I was playing a build that relied on Heralds or any corpse explosions for clear, I was just like, well, I can't do Simulacrum. But now you can, because they added the Quill Beast to Simulacrum that drop corpses.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable. The time of the fighting.
So it was at one point fuck corpses, and now it's semi-fuck corpses. Sorry. Nobody fuck corpses. I think it's time to end the stream. I think it's time to go to bed. And that sounded as bad as it possibly could have too. Like there was no, like that. That just sounded as bad as it possibly. I stopped like almost immediately because it instantly just sounded horrible. Ugh. I blame you guys. Somehow, I blame you guys. Okay, I think I used this level 22 one until like the 40s, right? It was level 48. Okay, so we're not replacing that anytime soon. The string's level 30. I'm looking for the leveling stuff I was using on my last character, because I blasted the campaign yesterday on my last guy. So I'm just like looking for all of the leveling items I used. I'm just making sure I have them all grabbed. I'm bad at organizing. I haven't gotten to the habit of organizing leveling gear and making good tabs. All the gear I used is just dumped in this right now. So there's nothing I'm specifically looking for. I'm just looking for whatever I was leveling with yesterday. If I remember correctly, I was leveling with these boots for a while. Could have sworn I had level 30-something gloves. Have a +2 melee amulet if you want. What are the stats on it? This one's got okay stats. I thought I had a +2 melee. I got a couple +2 melee amulets, so at 52 and 60. I got this one, that's armor. Global defense is chaos res. Global. No, I'm good, thank you. They're about the same. I'll be using Oil Barrage soon anyways, which is not melee, it's projectile. And then I'll be using Flame Breath after that, which is neither, so... I don't have any boot. Ah, I knew I had level 30 gloves someplace. It was over here. It's like, where the hell are those gloves? Aha, here's my level 30 gear. I just set it over here randomly for some reason. I was like, where are those pieces of gear? Okay. Alright. And then what did people say the Horror's Flight cost? I said it was like 8 or 9 divine. 7 divine. Neither of these are Raven Touch, sadly. I have like plenty of stuff I could sell to be able to afford the gloves. The last time I looked at Myris Uxors, which I don't need one right now. Yeah, why are people selling them for so much? Why is this happening? We got a bunch of staffs I can buy if I need to ID more, but Blaze gave me 3 staffs to ID. Oh, we have 4. We have 4 staffs to ID, so hopefully one of these... Like, we need Prefix, Spirit, and Suffix Block Chance. Otherwise, it's... And then it's usable. With the skill we want to use. It has to have the skill, too. Hopefully one of those hits. We'll craft them when we hit 65.
Since I've been to war, it's like coming home.
Oh, I didn't turn the letter.
As we approach, take care at the
Oh, I didn't pick up the letter.
Goodbye.
I mean, I prefer the % increased culling strike threshold, honestly. I don't care about the double socket. I actually have a double socket one. I'm wanting to get, I mean, 107's okay, but I'm wanting to get one that's like 118 to 121. I would take that one, though. But I'm trying to get one that has a % culling threshold that's higher. Though right now, I mean, I'm hoping to look for a world where I swap to that one helmet, the Blind Decree or whatever. But there might be a world where I get to ditch Myris Uxor in general one day. Which would be cool. How much are Heart of the Wells going for? I think I bought a couple from Blaze earlier. Have they gone down in price? Oh, that's the one Funke got? Damn. He got hoed. Can you 3-to-1 Heart of the Wells? Has anyone tried that? I'm sure one of you has tried that. I know it's crazy. I'm fucking just now learning that you could 3-to-1 these fucking Abyss uniques like this.
You have your orders.
But yeah, I never knew. Yes, you can? Damn.
You're buying.
Cool. Well, all my failed ones, I'll 3-to-1 them. It just gives you a unidentified one that you get to send through the Abyss machine. Just like the staff. It just gives you a blank one, like a fresh really rolled one that you have to go do the mods on. It just generates you a new one like it dropped, you know? It's not like Recombinator, you know, where you're like trying to merge them. Yeah, it just completely re-rolls the item. It gives you a completely new re-rolled item.
Another notch on the helmet.
At least that's what it was doing with the staff. And that's what it does with maps and everything, right? You can put like 3 blue maps into it, and then it'll spit out a map that like doesn't have any of those mods, you know? It just regenerates, it re-rolls the item on the spot, you know? We're 3 levels under right now. Almost to the boss, guys. I'm excited to try out Flame Breath. I think it'll be cool trying to work the 124 weapon set passes in with it. I don't know how good Flame Breath's damage is going to be. I'm really kind of sad that, like, if we have to use Oil Barrage again, I will, but the Ricochet not working made it kind of lame. So I'm kind of hoping Oil or Flame Breath works. I'm just worried about the cooldown, but maybe with the weapon set passes, I'll be able to get the cooldown to like 5 seconds. And the 5 seconds I can deal with.
Simple enough.
Because during that 5 seconds, I'll be regenerating my rage and stuff, so it'll be okay. There will be like a cooldown period needed where I'll be like doing the Ferocious Roar spam and... Any baddies? No baddie I can kite in the air to get corpses? No corpse.
You again. The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Geonor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
The sick man,
Bow before your king.
your king.
That hit me. I got hit through his butt. Get the stun off. Did we rip? No. We would never die. I am immortal.
We're running out of time.
End this. I would never die, Herm. Herm, have you ever seen me die? Why would you assume I... Just because I'm in the campaign... Bro, just because I'm in the campaign, you're gonna assume I died again? Herm. Herm. Just because it says 4 deaths, you're gonna assume I died again? Herm. That could have been a typo. That could have been a typo. I died because you weren't here, Herm. How about that? How about that, Herm? Why weren't you here, Herm? I needed you. We might have died, Herm. We might have died. Boss lady.
Boss lady.
This is not over. Not yet.
The build was kicking ass too, Herm. I hit level 90. I was fucking doing awesome. I had like 100,000 effective HP. I have to go back and watch the VOD. I'm pretty sure it was a mod that had monsters had critical hit chance and monsters had chance to bleed. And I just got giga crit by a boss. Like, I deserved to die when I died. I was being a complete fucking dumb idiot. And I was rushing, you know. The fact that I was already in like level 90 in red map showed how fast I was trying to get back to where I was on the Chronomancer. So I was definitely rushing. But when I died, I was standing between, like, when you see the clip, it was a deserved death. But how fast I died was pretty crazy. That bleed just fucking kablooied me.
Don't think that'll go down well here.
Would you believe me if I say you died to a bug? I'd believe you.
Go on then.
I
What I'm working for.
have full faith in your knowledge in this realm. You have proven to me, like, most of you in chat are stupid idiots, but Scythe has proven to me on, like, 7 different occasions. He's had 7 different chances to prove he was stupid, and he's proved I was stupid 7 different times. So, most of y'all are, you know, most of y'all I don't give a shit what y'all say, but Scythe is smart, so if you actually believe I died to a bug, I mean, I would assume you've died to it multiple times now and recognize what the bug would have been. So, I would trust your judgment if you thought I died by a bug. I don't know what the bug would have been. But either way, whether I died to a bug or not, we can all agree my positioning and what I was doing was absurdly greedy and silly there. I need to go back and reanalyze everything, but I was being a goober when I died for sure. I was between 2 bosses just like holding my channel skill, not playing safe. I was not respecting the bosses. Could have died to a bug for sure, which sucks, but I also just think I was also being a goober. I'm curious what the bug would be though. We need CI this time. I don't know if I could do CI with this build. I don't think I've ever even done CI Sorcery Ward before. Does that even work?
Yes?
That doesn't sound real to me. I don't think I've ever done CI Sorc Ward ever. But I'm a life stacker, man. I almost always life stack, so it makes sense why I've never done CI Sorc Ward. I might have done it in like an old patch, but I don't think I've done it anytime recently.
To walking, I suppose. Wow, magic. All in a day's work.
But who knows? After I just said I trust Scythe, Scythe has a golden opportunity to just make up some absurd bullshit and bait me into something stupid. So I don't know if I can trust what Scythe says next. Now I'm starting to doubt what comes out of his mouth next. I hyped him up too much. This was his plan all along. Hey, later, Herm. Okay, I needed that level 9 for Oil Barrage. We will be playing with Oil Barrage again. Until we can Flame Breath, which is Interludes. Or Tadakai, depending on our level when we have Tadakai. You found the bug? Oh shit. Yes, I do want to see. Is he gonna link me like a picture of Bug's Life, the movie? Let's see here. playback speed's super low from earlier. Hold on. It looks like Major Aimless has died to this too. Oh, so is this like a hitbox thing? Like, remember how the interlude boss, the second Act 2 interlude boss, the Garukin's Resolve boss? Remember how his hitbox used to do something crazy where it would, like, obliterate you with the multi-hits? Maybe this is doing that there. Damn, did I really die to a bug? I'll need to go back and watch mine. Aw, man. That actually makes me sad, then. I thought I'd, like... Is it weird that I'm upset now that I think I died to a bug, and I'm not upset when I thought I died to my own, like, poor play? That actually makes me sad if I died to a bug. That sucks, man. That was, like, a lot of good gear and shit gone. So just, like, not... Like... Clearly, you can avoid this bug by any time you see him running at you, you just get out of the way, right? Like, now that I am aware of the bug, completely avoidable, I'll never, ever stand in front of him again when he's doing this. But that just sucks, man. Because I'd been tanking, I was shocked by how fast I died. I had been tanking stuff so well, and that map couldn't have been that crazy. I don't know if that's a bug or intended, but like maybe it like I feel like I've stood in front of this guy before, right? I've never been dude, no, I've done a lot of like I've definitely just stood in front of him before and not been one shot. So it's definitely not a guaranteed one shot mechanic.
What?
Brother, I know. Man. That sucks. That bums me out. If I died to a bug, like, I feel better about... I mean, I still look at that situation as, like, what the hell is I doing just standing there eating that? But if that's what I died to there, which it does look like that's what I died to. It looks like I died to the exact same thing Major Aimless just died to in that clip. Damn. Well, I mean, lesson learned, you know. That's the hard part about Thorn, or I said Thorn in chat. That's the hard part about hardcore is there are these like idiosyncrasies when it comes to survivability where you just have to know how this one interaction works, and if you don't, you die to it. And that's how it was in hardcore World of Warcraft. I played a lot of hardcore World of Warcraft, and like there are a lot of things that was like, oh, you died to this? Yep, everyone's died to this before. That doesn't seem like one of those things, though. That just seems like a stupid fucking bug. That was just a lame-ass bug. If that's what happened there. And it looks like that's what happened. I'll have to go rewatch my clip again. Not sure. Damn, man. That's what I died to. I'm sad. Clearly, like, I shouldn't have just been doing the Giga face tank stuff, but, like, I had been face tanking so many bosses at that point that, like, I was just... But, yeah, it looked... Man. lesson learned, you know, I will never eat that charge again, so, like, lesson learned, like, it's one of those learning moments, and hopefully now you all have seen that haven't seen it before, y'all don't make that same mistake in your hardcore characters on the Mastodon. But man, that character had, like, a lot of really good gear, you guys. I lost my staff that had spirit block chance. I lost my body armor. I lost those chaos boots I crafted. Yes, Scythe's hooking me up with good chaos rings now, so my chaos res will be taken care of, but man, I wasn't... That character, I was about to be at the point where I could start making currency, and I had been spending all of my currency at that point. It was just a bad time to die, and that sucks that it happened to be to a bug, if it was a bug. I definitely died to whatever Major Ambush just died to. Ever seen and Blaze mentioned it too, that's why I just killed a Mastodon first. Damn. Did Blaze mention it after he saw my thing? My death? I didn't know about that one. If they both knew about it, so if both Blaze, Everseen, and you, and Major Aimless are all, like, confirming that that's a bug, then that's just like a, yeah, I'll never die to that again moment. Fuck. That one, that's a, man. Is it weird that I'm more upset now? It was more, I was happier when I thought I was just bad at the game. And I am bad at the game, but I'm sad I died to a bug now. Man, that's like, damn. That was a lot of gear lost. Now it won't happen again. And if I do end up going Oil Barrage again, I won't be overthinking doing the melee aspect of it. Because part of the reason why I was willing to do Flame Blast right now is because I'm upset about that. But that's just infinite damage, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, it's lesson learned. Maybe that is a feature with the Mastodon. Maybe I just have Giga Thorn's brain. And that's just a lesson learned. You know, maybe that's just, you know, one of those brutal hardcore lessons you have to learn that are just very specific to those bosses. Yeah. Oh well. Damn. That one sucks. That one sucks. Okay, boys, it's been a 6-hour stream. I'm not ending the stream right now because I'm sad. I actually have to go do errands, and I was supposed to end stream like 90 minutes ago, but I've just been having so much fun playing hardcore. This is the first time I've streamed for like more than 3 days in a row, and I've streamed for like 10 days in a row. I've streamed every day the Timmy League has been out. I have been absolutely having a blast playing hardcore, guys, and I'm going to continue streaming it every morning. I'll be live tomorrow for sure, but I gotta go do errands and stuff, so I'm gonna end the stream there. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for everyone who's been helping out. If you get unborn Lich staffs and you're playing in the Timmy League, I will buy them off of you unidentified, or just take them for free. I'm taking handouts for sure. But if you get any unborn Lich staffs, I will take one. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream there. I'm going to send you guys on over to Mr. Do any of you guys know Rain PoE? Is he cool? I see him talking in the global chat, but, you know, you never know. I see him live now. I like hosting smaller streamers sometimes. He's only got 28 viewers, so I kind of want to... He's Russia? Oh, he speaks Russian? Okay, no English? Never mind then. I'll just send you guys over to Major Aimless then. Oh, look, DM's playing PoE 2 now. Hell yeah, everyone's coming back to PoE 2! Yeah! Alright, send you guys over to Major Aimless. All the homies are coming back. That wasn't meant as BM. That was meant as, like, I'm excited all the homies are coming back to PoE 2, because it's fun when everyone's playing again. Alright, I'm sending you guys over to Major Aimless. 07, boys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one.